Okay, yeah. I screwed something up. Okay, hi. Let there be light. Where's the other light? There it is. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is put the old version. Well, actually, this is one of the first things I have to do. There. Okay, so EditCon today, Wednesday. Let's figure out what Tuesday said for a second. So Adam, actually, where's Lectern Towers? Yeah, Adam is going to be working on UI today. Mostly the blueprint related stuff and possibly towers. Botland is online here if you want to check it out. Botland is online, but hasn't been updated since Tuesday. Yeah, there we go. How many points do you have, Digite? 359. Okay. Sure. I do it after the stream though, so you should purchase one now and I'll do the rest later. Botland's not online yet. Hang on. I just typed that preemptively. Okay. So let me go do this. All right. Why is it not working? Not responding. No. There we go. So yeah, remember though, this is going to be the version from yesterday. So there are going to be no changes. Okay, so while we're waiting for that to start up, let's go get the IP address of the overseer. I wonder if there's a way to edit Postman variables without having to go into this UI every time. I should look into that. Find out if I can automatically edit Postman variables without having to do so through the UI. Alright, so here are the stats from yesterday. We had 973 games played when I shut down the servers. Right now, what we're waiting for is this machine to be online. And then, actually, this should be pretty easy from there. Yeah, it's online. Okay, so all we need to do, since I already started up all the other machines, is go launch all of this. Yeah. Okay. Shouldn't be too bad. Should ask me a yes or no question right now, to which I shall say yes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's definitely not good. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. What am I doing? Oh, darn it. You know, I forgot all of the different steps I have to run here. Sometimes I just go a little too fast. I should have stopped. Should have stopped and smelled the roses. There we go. Now we can finish the rest of this. Ansible, lol. You should automate all those different steps? Yeah. Yeah. Perhaps by using something like Ansible? Well, so I'm automating those parts with Ansible. I can't use Ansible on my Ansible machine. Like, the whole thing is, I have Windows, I'm hosting this Linux VM, and then this is communicating to AWS. For me to automate this step would have to be just bash scripts or something like that. So yeah, I should still look into that, but see if I should automate all of the different Ansible setup tasks. All right, so while this is starting up, let's see what's on the agenda for today. I believe it was, yeah, the blueprint info panel is the first thing. So this is the kind of thing that I hope doesn't take more than just the morning. If I get done with this stuff today, I'll be pretty happy. Yeah. Hey, Mr. Cheap. Hebrew Hammer says, yes, you can. Just set the host to localhost. No, what I meant is, okay, my bad. So I should have been clear here. I have, yeah. Actually, it doesn't matter whether I should be clear. Yeah, just have a playbook that only runs on localhost. Yeah, I could do that. I will give you a point for that. I think what I meant was something slightly different, but that's not what I said. So that is correct what you said. Okay, so this worked. This is in the process of working, and that is done. Let's see if we have any game servers online. No. Do we have them starting up? No. So then let's go make a game server. There we go. Okay, well, the game will be online in about 4 minutes. So there. That's your time, guys. All right, so let's see if we have any outstanding code. Nope, nothing of importance. So we can close out. Ooh, no, we actually can't close out of this unless this is done. Yeah, it is. Okay. All right, looks good. Close out of that. Go over to here. Run everything. Wait for these things to start up. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, great. Everything's online. Will it hit 0? Oh, these timers will hit 0, yeah. Hey, Skilled Bubble. Twitch is working sorta again. What was wrong with it? For you, at least. So let me get some lights on in here. There. That should be a little bit better. Okay, so blueprint info panel. Let's go make it. We have, well, actually no, before we make it, there's one other thing I need to consider here, which is when you select, let's go take a look at this. Postman manage environment, you can export, import. If you export your JSON file, that's what I use. The only downside is you have to import. You can't edit on disk and have, yeah. Well, no, their editor actually, okay, so let me show you this. Because I just needed to do this off screen for a sec so I make sure I'm not leaking any information. Yeah, I think it's actually super easy to edit it up here. If you click this gear and then you click manage environment, I can click this local one and there's bulk edit if you want. So you can just copy paste in all your data if you want to here. Or if you don't want to do that, then you can just edit a single one. And so I find this easy enough to use. It's just I have to go in here and I need to update this value. It only takes about, honestly, like 5-10 seconds, so it's not bad. The antimatter tape. Stream took a while to load. Oh wow, okay. Well, let's go to this fixed. Okay, so it was this. So if you are looking at, you know what, we should just compile these. That way I can see them all at once. So let's do this. So we have this one. Why did that not select everything? So this is when it's your bot. Your bot. Good old Adamar. All right, next we have when it's their bot. That is over in the attack. And yeah, Hideo, I think that would be helpful for them to have just on disk edit, but I guess they don't, in which case I don't even need to look into this. No update at all today or later today? It'll probably not be at all today. So then this one, okay, hang on, I've never done this over here. Control Shift R for resize. So let's just set this to 1,000 by 1,000. There. So then this is their bot. And then we have one more that we need to capture, which is a chip. Where's the chip? Aha. Here it is. Got it. What happened to my... Oh god, why am I so bad at this? Deselect, Control D. So this is a chip. Okay, so that's UI we're gonna have to do. And I just need to make sure I can accommodate this. This is going to be the blueprint info panel, I think. And so there are only slight differences between these two. Like this has edit and delete buttons. This one has a life bar. This has enemy bot, which honestly that might just remain enemy bot. And yeah, this just has life. Yeah, so I think these can be just separate things entirely. I don't think there needs to be any inheritance between them or anything. I think they can maybe pull from the same Redux store, which is one of the things I'm going to have to do. So we need to figure out, we need to kind of plumb everything through Redux. Hey, Wasabi. You can't fight in botland? Yeah, the timer hit 0, but apparently that thing hasn't started up yet. I wonder if there's a problem with that. No, game servers are online. It should work. Let's try it out. Dead monster attacked me. And lost. Ha 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 ha. Oh, look, my repair bots are doing their job. Nice. Okay, let's see if we can attack. Avixator. Melee, cloaking, shield. We are going to... There. No! They're attacking me? Okay, we can trick this. We can put this here. Oh, they come back to the CPU. Oh, they're so smart. Okay. Well, I'm gonna lose. Are you keeping the replays about you winning? Isn't that just clutter? It's not just clutter. I think it'll be interesting information. But I'm not really keeping it in the best way yet. Alright, Avixator, I'm pretty sure I've beaten your defense before, but that is a pretty good script. I like that. Well, I have one more shot. I can't even place the number of bots I need to be able to place. Oh, man. Alright, let's just put down some bots there and see what happens. Yeah. Yep, wow. Your rating went down. Good job, Avixator. Still losing against Hideo? Well, Hideo figured out how to beat you. I clearly didn't. Either the extension or the Electron app is using Chrome Index DB to store settings environment. And so, what does it mean? We don't have the password to our own databases on our hard drive? So, this makes me, yeah, a good job of Exator bots. This makes me wonder, could a defender ever get to the point where most people are losing to them? And is that a good or bad thing? I guess part of the issue is in the first phase, you can't necessarily know how they're going to act. I'll need to keep an eye on this, definitely. I'll need to keep an eye on whether Obfuscator is being overpowered or not. Okay, so we're going to say this is blueprint info panel.js. We're going to go put this here, blueprint info panel. Cool. Now, hey EJ. How's it going? So we're just going to keep the render function here and probably get rid of that. Actually, no, we can keep this. And then CSS classes, I guess we're going to click that too. Keep. No, I said keep and I deleted it, but that's what I wanted to do anyway. So this will just say like hello world for now. And so CSS class here will be blueprint info panel. Get rid of that. Now we need to go make we need to make blueprint info panel dot less. So we have a border around this. Let's give it an obnoxious background color for now. Red. And let's just delete the rest of this stuff. Actually, I'll give it a width and a height too. 500 pixels, height, 500 pixels. It should be movable. Okay, then in-game is what's going to need to render this thing. I'm doing well, EJ. That means we can edit that quickly from Sublime. You'll need a storage viewer / database viewer, so at this point their UI would be faster. Oh, can't edit from Sublime. Okay. Yeah. Wait, what? Are you being serious, EJ? Why would... Hang on a second. An hour ago, changelog.md. Ability to follow symlinks. Good job, EJ. Alright, so blueprint info panel. Get your subtle advertisements out of here. So, where do we want to put this? Cancel game, the replay UI. It should show underneath that, I think. Probably, yeah, we'll put this here. This dot render blueprint info panel. So we need to do an if statement of whether this is showing. So we'll just say if false, return, because we don't care for right now, but we are eventually going to replace this with something. And then here we'll say return a new blueprint info panel. There, this has no properties yet. We are actually going to need to enhance this at some point. It's a PR, you just clicked on merge. You know, speaking of this stuff, I've been checking this for a while now. Let's go see if this is finally used yet. This. Has ophog been added here? No, nor will it ever be. They added like everything other than ophog. I made a pull request 16 days ago. Do I get included? No. No. Oh well. Okay, so we need to show this. This is right now going to show no matter what. Can we go directly from the main page into a game? How would I do that? I guess we have the on edit defense button. So what we can do is when you finish connecting, so authenticate to account server, after all of this is done, let's do this. Set timeout. And we'll just make it wait like 300 milliseconds or something. Okay, so now when we refresh the page, it should just log us in and immediately go into editing our defense. Perfect. All right, that'll make things a little bit faster. So what was I even going to test here? Oh yeah, the blueprint info panel, which is currently not showing up. It's probably in the DOM and I just can't see it. I highly expect that that's the case. There it is. Yeah, so we need to make this what? Class undefined. Oh, right. Oh, I never finished this. There, class undefined. All right, so now we position absolute this thing. Is this all in the new update? Thought every day was a new update? I don't know what caused you to think that, but you're wrong. So no, the last update was November 8th, which is yesterday. And that's what today says. Yeah, so there are a couple of things I need to get ready for what's probably going to be Friday's update at this point. So I understand if you guys don't want to play the game today or anything. Like, that makes sense to me. Not every day we're going to have shiny new stuff. Otherwise, you'd be working me to the bone here because there's only so much I can do. Okay, so let's try this out now. Do we have this panel? Nice, look at that. Hello world, bright red, a tasteful black border. It's beautiful. It's the best UI I've ever made. Unfortunately, the mock-ups show that it should look like this. I think mine's a little better, but fine. So we need to have a bunch of different things in here. We need a hardware loadout to show, and we need to know this is going to be for whatever bot you have selected. Now, we used to show this information already. It was in ViewBot. So I just need to figure out where that is. So I used to do this in ViewBot. That's already been... Oh my god, why can't I type? Plumb through the whole code base. So this was actually in-game that changed. You should have a button that's called Atom Art Feature. I think that's the first time someone suggested an Easter egg that I really liked. I'm going to write it down. I am very, very likely not going to do it because that's pretty ridiculous. And imagine if someone accidentally got into that mode and they're like, what is this? This is not a professional game. But it would be pretty funny. Okay, so in one of these I removed a lot. Yes, here. Let's just copy paste all this. It's easier than fishing through this. So there's ViewBot. Oh, hey, ViewBot. It actually would be a decent enough amount of work. Also, why did this not highlight correctly? Something... Nah, whatever, I don't care. Alright, so ViewBot. Let's go take a look. Oh, is it bot view? Bot view. Got it. So get hardware configuration. What is this? Get hardware configuration. Oh, it's just deserialized? Oh, okay. Why did I do that exactly? Should the UI just have all of the information it needs? No, I guess it's easier to do things this way. That's fine. Get item template. So this is what we used to have here. I think we should still... This dot props dot ingame state dot viewbot dot is selected. That's curious. I should have just nulled this out. How did you get those regen towers, antimatter tape? How did you? Have you ever worked with no syntax highlighting? Yeah, but I find it frustrating. Okay, well this has all the stuff that we need for bots at the very least. So we can just plug this information in. So when we make this, we just paste in this. So name and really all this stuff. Nice. Okay, cool. So now we need this inside blueprint info panel. We need to enhance this thing. So let's go figure out how we do that. Enhance. So we just copy paste this over to here. blueprint info panel, and we want these properties. Cool. Then we go take enhance as well from up here. What? Oh, only update for keys. Oh, my bad. Okay, so we just put that up here, and we're good. I don't know what DOM-util is, but we're not using it. Okay, so now that we have this information, we should be able to render whatever was in bot view, which is hardware loadout, name, life, and destroyed. I don't know if that's helpful anymore. There's probably a bunch of weird cases here that can happen. Like, see what happens when you have... Also, bot view really should just be mutated in... No, darn it. I did this poorly. Darn it. I've made a huge mistake. Also, there are a bunch of CSS classes that can be removed. Remove the CSS classes around showing sliding divs in the UI. These are, okay, so yeah, we're gonna have to change all of this. In-game bot view block. Show in-game bot view. Translate in-game script edit. Well, it's the right thing to do, everybody, so let's do the right thing. It just feels bad. So here's what we do. We delete this. We save it. No, we don't even do that. We rename this to blueprint info panel. Delete. Rename. They finally added this, by the way. This ... Pretty sure that was not there before. So now you can actually select a different folder and not have to type all that stuff in yourself. Okay, then we're going to rename this, though, to this. Then bot view technically needs to change. Bot view.less. Olive drab. Look at that color. And if you rearrange the letters, you get the olive bard. He just wants to sing to you. Okay, so this should be fine. We need to rename this now to blueprint info panel. So this gets renamed. We delete this. We rename this. And then we go into all.less. And bot view goes away. Oh, that's that. Okay, so I think everything should be working. Did I screw this up? No, I think we're good. I think bot view is going to be screwed up now. So in general, actually, this is pretty much fine. We wanted to do class names a little bit differently. So we put this here and this here. But the rest of this, so life name hardware, what else do we have here? Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? Did I have anything else? Life name hardware, yeah. Okay, perfect. So this can just go away now. No, not yet. It can't. I need this little piece of information. All right, so this should look good. Let's try it out. Come on. Yep, looks good. Okay, so we're gonna refresh the page. Now we connect. When we click a bot, oh, this won't work. All right, we need to go into attack. There. Whoa. Okay, it almost worked. That's that's the hardware loadout. It's not sized correctly for some reason. How did that screw up? Oh, display flex is needed? Oh, yeah. Hey, Basic. How's it going? So we need to look at the history of this. Look no further than your own sublime pain. Olive drab. What was I thinking? Alright, display flex. Flex auto. I don't think that's needed. Flex direction column is definitely needed. So this should fix everything. Easy peasy. Look at that. It's beautiful. It actually is pretty good. I mean, it's not great yet, but like, here's what it's supposed to look like. We have the hardware loadout at the top. Then at the bottom, we're going to need the name, the life bar, whatever else. Let's rearrange that. Been busy with school lately. How have you been? I've been doing well. I think yesterday was not as productive as I would have liked, but I want to make up for that today. At the very least, I want to get done with these general things that you see in the mock-up, which is this left bar here. I think it should be doable. And yeah, I'm already making what I think is good progress. So this should really be confined to dragging around the arena area. I think that might be a little bit difficult. Probably only be draggable in the arena area. Are you using React or your own framework? I'm using React. You got this? Thanks, Basic. Okay. So, for right now, what I have is this information. Your hardware, the name, life. I don't think showing the name is super important. Life is only important for... Well, I guess we could always show life. That's probably fine. And then finally we need like an edit button and a delete button. And delete is for the bot. So that's how you could remove the bot. I don't know how I feel about that either. But in general, this is fine. So this part's done. It should be located at a position sort of close to where you open it. I'm going to do that here. It should show the bot icon no matter what. So that's something we just don't have right now. And I don't see a reason why we shouldn't have it. So here's what we need to do in order for this to be more convincing. I'm going to drop the database because I love dropping the database. Drop database botland. Thanks, Selfixator. Are they working? They're working for the defender. And if you want proof of that, check this out. Let me get to the point where I can show you this. Okay, so if I go to edit my defense, oh, right, yeah, that was correct. Yes, so if I go to edit my defense and I put in a bunch of towers, yeah, whatever. Why is this deleting things weirdly? There, so there's a bunch of towers, and now I put down a couple of bots over here, and I hit test. You'll see that they're hardly taking any damage. In fact, 3 bots almost wiped out the entirety of their defense, or their attack, I mean. So yeah, towers are working. For the attacker, they're not working, I'm pretty sure, nor should they be. So if I put these in a slightly different position, like here and here. Wait, something's wrong. That's weird. I can't put a bot on the bottom row. Oh no! Oh, I made a stupid mistake. Darn it. Oh, whoops. Whoops. Okay. Let's just fix that. Now you can put bots down again on the bottom row. Oh man, yeah. Alright, I made it off by one error. At one point, do you plan on having them enabled for the attacker? If not, attackers can place towers at the moment. So no, I don't plan on having them be able to place it. And I wrote this here. Prevent the attacker from placing towers. So I know it's possible, even though it does nothing right now. Adam should know how to show his keyword while placing the towers. Well, people know how to place them. I should get the transferred points for reporting a cheater in botland. Well, Hideo knew the shortcut. Here are your transferred points. It's a 1-to-2 ratio. All right, bot icon. So yeah, in order for me to test this, what I needed to do is this. I need to log in as Adam2. I need to customize multiple bots. The only way to do that is to go buy cosmetics. So we're going to have a Quetzal bot, and we will have a Bulldozer bot. Cool. So now let's go customize those. So we hit edit. We get the Quetzal bot. We just call this Quetzal. Doesn't really matter what it has, although we might as well give it some things. So let's give it artillery, melee, and thrusters. Cool. This bot makes no sense. We put one down over here, and then we make a new blueprint with the Bulldozer stuff. And we give this something different. Cloaking and teleport and shield. And we call this Bulldozer. Create. We put this here. We hit save. Now we log on to Adam1, and it should automatically place us against this person. I put that bot too low. Darn it, I wanted to put that above that UI that pops up. Let's just move it really fast. Click and drag. New features! Alright, now, there we go. Perfect. So now when you click these, you'll see what they have on them. So this is correct. Now we want to show a picture of them down here. I think that'll be nice. What happens when you place a tower on your CPU? Can you do that? Because so I gotta stop that from happening. Make sure you can't place a tower on your CPU. And by the way, antimatter tape. I only want to dock 1 point for using a feature. Before I forgot, some bugs I noticed yesterday but forgot to report. The gear in the header is still... Yeah, I knew about that. Well, I knew about both of those things. So the gear is just something I forgot to remove, and the logout button is something I just never coded. I should have the logout button just take you to a Rickroll page or something, because I don't plan on coding that for a while. Or you know what? For now, just say logout hasn't been coded yet to prevent bug reports. As I recall, you said as long as we place them far away from the CPU. Oh, you're right. There. Yeah, my bad, antimatter tape. I'm sorry, I abused my power there. I need to wield it responsibly. But there, I gave antimatter tape a light token, and it appears as though he's having fun with it. And yeah, they are working, antimatter tape. I don't know how much they do. Yeah, they're 15 life per bot, per turn, per tower. So one tower is all bots will get plus 15 life per turn. And so obviously 2 towers is all bots get plus 30 life per turn. So this is not super noticeable because 30 out of 2,000 is 1.5%. So it's 2 towers is really heal 1.5% life per turn. So it won't be super obvious. And this on its own is not like insanely overpowered, but I think that when you combine this with the ability to be able to just kind of stand around and heal, it puts the attacker on a kind of on a clock. Okay. So in order for us to show this picture, we have this in other UIs like this. So we just need to do whatever that's doing. Edit blueprint footer. So where is it? We just pass in image data. Oh, that's not bad. So we can put this in here. And base 64 image data just needs to be passed in, which in game I hope has the ability to do. Get base 64 image data. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Do we ever call this? No, we don't. Well, we're going to need to. Base 64 image data equals get base 64 image data. No, antimatter tape, so you don't have to remove it. And also, like I said, I'm sorry, and I gave you an extra point and a token. So I apologize for all of that. But alright, see you in an hour. So get base 64 image data. We need to call this on what? The cosmetics loadout, which we don't have right now. So we need to go get that. Oh wait, or get it from Blueprint ID. Oh, but we won't have that. Yeah, that's not going to be possible. Cosmetics loadout, primary color, secondary color. All this information is going to be needed. Or if we had just saved off blueprints for the enemy, but then we need to know their IDs. I think that's leaking information. Alright, it's cool, bro. I feel good now. Hey, Varenz. We need the cosmetics loadout and the primary / secondary colors of the selected bot. This is honestly not that easy to get, is it? Maybe it is. Well, when you select it, let's take a look. This is reducer in game, view bot. What modifies this? Selected bot in arena. Okay, hey Locke. How's it going? Need to modify so that it passes this information. This shouldn't be too bad. This says that you have no bot selected. Which is fine, yeah. Okay. This, and yeah, that's it, actually. Just this. Okay, not bad. Hang on just a sec. Okie dokes. Oh yeah, I forgot to edit the juice command. Sorry, Varenz. We'll get you your juice right away. Yeah, I didn't get a haircut. I wanted to, and I guess I'm going to tomorrow. My hair is way too long for my liking right now. I need a new haircut. Okay, so here. Huis. Alright, but it's a mix of orange and plum, so I hope you like that. It's pretty expensive, you're right. So we need to extract this into a function really, because this is pretty bad. So we'll say set selected bot in UI, and we're going to take it based on the bot click. So entity, bot entity. Yeah, bot entity. So we're going to put all of this stuff over there. So just take this, set selected bot in UI, bot clicked, and then bot click turns into bot entity, and that should be that. Yep. So I haven't updated this, so it's still just going to show what you saw originally, but it'll be one step easier to being able to update it. Yeah, perfect. Okay, good. That's exactly what I expect. Plum juice must be horrible. I don't think plum juice exists, does it? What? It does, apparently. Never seen this before. Plum smart? Huh. If I return from a class constructor, does it make the calling the class function invalid? I don't think it means anything to return from a class constructor. You can just test it out though. You can just say class test constructor this dot x equals 5 return whatever hi. I don't think that is allowed. This dot y equals 6. So now if I say const t equals new test console.log t.x console.log t.y. So yeah, it's saying 5 and then undefined. So apparently you can return this. The return value is probably just ignored completely, and the rest of the constructor doesn't run. I don't think you should do this though. I don't think you should have return in a constructor. I don't think it's not a paradigm I tend to see. So if there's a place where you would have wanted to return, just put a function that wraps all of that. Guys, I have a Java question. What's the difference between setting myint equals 5 and doing set.myint5? So hey, Mesharat. If you say int myint equals 5, this is called a primitive declaration and initialization. So the declaration is int myint, and then this is the declaration. Myint equals 5 is the initialization of it. And the primitive part of it is that you're doing it on an int, which is not a class or anything like that. So int is a primitive. Doing something like set.myint5 means that there has to be an object you have called set. There needs to be a function on it called myint. So this is actually talking about something totally different. You have an object called set and a function on that object called myint. So basically, what I'm getting at here is you say something like, in English you might say something like, I go to the store. And you might be like, why can't I just say like store.receive me? This is like clearly not English, although you can kind of tell what you intended to say. That's the same thing that's happening here. This is not the Java to set an integer to 5. It's just not how you do that. Like, yes, you could have it do that, just like how someone could understand you when you say this, but the correct way to do it is what you've done here. And so that's just like a basic point of Java. Creating a class into the constructor and then returning later, try to call a function from within and it says it does not exist. Can you paste some code, Digite? Oh, and quote random is not necessary. It's just quote. Okay, so we finally have this. Let's go set this. We are going to. Oh, what do we need? We need the colors and we need the cosmetics. Where do we get this from? I don't even know if we have this. Do we have a cosmetics component? Oh, we do. Thank goodness. Okay, so const. So just get component, cosmetics component from bot entity. So this will give us a cosmetics loadout that has not been serialized. Is this even necessary? Why do we even pass this information in? Oh yeah, no, never mind. I guess this is fine. Basically me not understanding the difference between using getters and setters to set a value and declaring a value. Also, thanks for answering. Oh, so in general, what you're asking about, this is essentially asking about encapsulation. And so without going into a ton of detail here, hey Endorn, without going into a ton of detail, when you have a class in Java, and I'm gonna type this out, although I don't know if this is gonna be like the correct Java syntax for this. So anyway, you have something along these lines. And then you have public constructor string name, this dot name equals name. Okay, so here's a class, and the way you'd instantiate it is you do something like this. So what this is doing is it's making a person, and then the name is going to get set to my name. Well, later, because this is private, you can't say something like Adam's name equals Bob. That's not a thing you could do. But people can change their names in real life. So you might have something here like a public void change name string new name. And the reason why you would make a setter here instead of just allowing people to change it directly is because maybe there's some validation you want to do. For example, you might do something like this. If new name, and I'm just going to make something up here, if new name dot contains a number, then just disallow it. Disallow and return. And then you could just say, okay, yeah, no, we validated the name now, so we're going to set it here. So this is, it's public class name instead of public constructor. Oh. Yeah, shows you how much I know Java at this point. So, okay, so yeah, the concept of this is encapsulation if you want to look up more about it. And the reason why you might do this is because there's either some things you don't want to allow people to get access to, or you don't want them to be able to make changes to them without going through something first. And that's typically why you'd have these things set up that way. So then this would be illegal, and then Adam.change name, you could say like 123 won't do anything, and Adam.change name to Bob, totally fine. Did you check num lines? It's, I think, 35,000. The constructor function has the same name as the class. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. It's just person, right? Okay. Well, anyway, this I'm only saying this to give an example across. I did give the disclaimer originally. This is probably not valid Java. And no problem, Ace, right? Okay, so we have the cosmetics component here. We need to pass in the serialized cosmetics, which, why do we do that? Oh, why do we do that? That doesn't look right. Slot configuration. I don't think this is right. Action.hardware. Where does it get set? Set. What do I call this? Selected bot in arena. What listens to this? Oh my god, seriously? Oh god, this is I think this is a bad way of doing things. Also, we have this store now, so I don't need to do this at all. We're pub subbing out to a totally different, yeah, I don't like this. Well, let's fix it now while I still have the motivation to do so. Yeah, god. Alright, so let's do it this way. Instead of publishing out, this should just handle this here, which means selected in arena needs to go away completely, which means this function can just be gone. Oh, man. Deo, thanks. There you go. Also, I will say this. Hey, Pettermaster, I will say this. I modified the probabilities of all the cheer messages. So the ones that we haven't seen before should show up in the next like week or so. Did you change the bits message rarity? Oh yeah. We were thinking the same thing I was thinking. So this is called when you deselect or select upon the arena. Yeah. And this is actually done multiple times. Update life of selected bot. This should still be called as well, but there's no reason to have this here anymore. And we do publish this out. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's get rid of all of this. Oh boy. Oh boy, do I ever not want to have to do this. Okay, so let's write this down. Update life of selected bots, just be in the arena. No credit card. Now that we have the Redux store, get rid of update life of selected bot and also selected bot in arena. Hub sub topics. Hey Lulong. So how'd you celebrate your birthday? I need to know. Did you have a good day? Also, what's the next birthday here? The next birthday is at the end of the month. Is Wouter here? I don't think I saw him today. Oh, there he is. Wow, that was coincidental. So what YouTuber is next on the hit list? I don't think... I don't know. I was telling a friend about this yesterday. And he's like, how are these people even finding your channel? And I said, I think it's just luck. But it's not like... Anyway, yeah. I'm not going to talk about this anymore. Okay, so update life of selected bot should just be in the arena. This should be gone. Wait, no. I wanted to do it the other way around. And selected bot in arena. That is gone. Selected bot in arena. Yeah, this should be gone too. Oh, man. This is no longer needed. We get rid of that. We get rid of all of this. Cool. So selected bot and arena should totally be gone now. Yeah, this is not needed here. So we need to say true because it's selected. The hardware we're going to serialize. Hardware slot configuration not serialized. The name and the life. That's already done. Okay. Cool. So we get rid of this. Hey, Dazed Head. How are you doing? And this should be done too. Selected bot and arena false. I guess we can just dispatch this action now. This should be gone. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. And that's now gone. How did that not get caught the first time? Okay, so there's one place where we need to update this, and that is right here. This needs to be... if we say if not util.exists bot entity, then store.dispatch. Do we even have in-game actions? We'd better. Yes, we do. There's a much better way to do this. And this is not it. There. Hey, 3D extended. Okay. This is pretty good. I like this API. Not so good. I ate something wrong a few days ago. But watching some lines of coding on your stream makes me feel better. Because I did not make so much progress at work this week. Oh, that's good to hear, Dazed Head. I will try to write good lines of code for you today. So we need the serialized cosmetics loadout equals cosmetics component dot cosmetics loadout dot serialize. Done. So there's that. So let's put that here. And then what else did we need? Oh yeah, the colors. Let's just not have colors for right now and see if this works. So selected bot and arena, action in game. This is going to be cosmetics. This will be cosmetics. And this will be cosmetics. Okay, then finally, what we do is we say get base64 image data. Right. Okay. And this is called with a cosmetics loadout in 2 colors. And if you don't specify the colors, it takes your colors, right? Yeah. So this will be wrong, but let's try it out anyway. This dot props dot in-game state dot viewbot. Let's just write viewbot over here. Otherwise it's gonna be annoying. Dot cosmetics. So like I said, these will be the wrong color. Kaido Kitsune, thanks Kitsune. Thanks for following. What is this? Ah. Okay. So here we go. Does it work? We click this. No, it broke. It's not called store, that's why. Client arena. Store.dispatch. It's Redux store. So we need to search for /b12. There are 2 places. There and there. This dot Redux store. Done. Does it work? Does it work? Does it work? No, because I forgot to include the image. Oh my god, what's going on? Or wait, is it there and I just can't see it? Is there an image in here? Is there an image in here? Div. No, there isn't. Did I just not put this in here? No, it's supposed to be right after this. So I have some styles here that I don't think I like, but then this.props.base64 image data. Or did I just not save that? I don't know. Let's just refresh the page. Oh, problem solved. Okay, so here's where it's supposed to be. And it's clearly not showing up there. So let's go take a look at what I could have screwed up here. We just have to put a breakpoint here. This shouldn't be too bad. Because we'll see what the serialized cosmetics loadout is. It's not what I expect it to be. So let's find out what it is, and then we'll know exactly what's going wrong. So what is it? Oh, that is what I expect it to be. What could this mean? Cosmetics, is that correct? Yes, it is. Oh, I know. No, I don't know. Well, let's put a breakpoint here too, I guess. Viewbot.cosmetics, is that part wrong? I don't know if that's... No, that's correct. Strange. Then we say get base64 image data, and we have the Oh, we deserialize it. No, all this is right. Why is this happening? Oh, there's here's the problem. This is much, much simpler than I was making it out to be. Okay, check this out. I make this data and I just never pass it in. Yeah. Alright, so let's do that. And then over here, yeah, there. Now everything should work. It's going to be the wrong colors though. So my colors are orange and green. That's what colors these are going to show up as. So let's see. Yeah, so it's orange and green, but that is the right bot. So the cosmetics are correct, but the colors are wrong. And we can fix the colors pretty easily. We can just say const primary color equals, we need the owner, this dot get owner of entity. That's not even a this function, is it? It's this. Bot entity player depot owner get primary get color pair. But if I'm going to pass in a color pair, I think this is a bad way of doing things. Okay, so color pair dot, I'm assuming this has a get primary color on it. Yes, it does. And then the secondary color is there. So we just need to pass these things into primary color and secondary color. And then we put these into actions in game. So after cosmetics, there's primary color and secondary color. Then down here, those go there. And then in here, we get these same things. Null or zero, I don't think it really matters. And this is why having objects for all of these things would have been so much better. Okay, let's try it out. So now when we click a bot, it should show up exactly correctly. Those are the wrong colors. I'm not passing it in yet. This is a very easy fix. We just pass in the colors now. There. There, now it should be fixed. Done, look at that. So this bot looks like that icon. Now we click this one. That bot looks like that icon. There's some stretching, I still have to fix that, I know. But yeah, pretty good. Now unfortunately you can't click any of your own bots. Hey Feels, I'm doing well. How's it going for you? Yeah, I stopped trying to follow what's going on in chat. Woucher's always derailing things. I don't even know why I said Wouter. I haven't really been paying attention to know who to blame it on. But I'll blame Wouter anyway. So this is done. Selected bot and arena now only exists in the store and in the arena. Good. Okay, update life of selected bot should be the same way. So where is this called from? Only in that one spot, which is only ever used from the arena. So we can just get rid of this. We can go over to the arena. We can say set selected bot in UI. So this will go here. Then this can be deleted. Update life of selected bot. So the subscribe can go away. The pub subtopic can go away. And that leaves one last thing, which is the publish, which can now be completely removed, right? Update selected, update life of selected bot. Yeah, this is really bad. Yeah, really bad. because I'm passing in a bunch of redundant data here, and the rabbit hole only goes deeper. Primary color and secondary color. To do fix this. Hey, Rami. Okay, so this is working. If we try attacking these bots, their life value should get updated. So let's take a look at this 2000 right here. Does this work? Oh, it does. Oh, and it shows that it's destroyed too. Well, well, well. Now the match should end. Right? Yeah, match results. It's working. Okay, not bad. So I think this is done. Yep. I think this is done. And this is too. Yeah, pretty good. So it should show the bot icon no matter what. Well, the problem is you can't select your own bots right now. So if you own the bot, we need to show this stuff. I think at this point we should probably check in. Yeah, I don't want to keep working on this without having a point to revert to. And I got the basics of this thing working. I'll wait for the drag and red removal to love it. Okay, so bot view has been changed. And this does look much better. Yeah, that obnoxious red, we can drop that right now actually. Let's try that out. So instead of red, let's go with a much more refined color. Let's go with bright green. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that. I think some kind of white or gray or something like that is fine. What did he do for this? A blue. Okay, yeah. Let's try getting somewhere near that blue color. Because it is a blueprint. Actually, it's not. It's a deployed bot. Did I just match what color he had here? Wouldn't hurt. Would not hurt. Where's the color thing? Here it is. Okay, now I just need to figure out how to use paint.net to figure out what color I've selected. Also, what? Why is this not? There. Yeah, I don't know how to do this. I usually just do this in Paint. In fact, why am I even bothering them? Let's just do this in Paint. At least I know how to do this. So it's roughly this color, which would be a little bit darker because it's slightly opaque. So 22, 92, 154. So 22, 92, 154. Yeah, that's reasonable, right? That blue color. There are sites for that. Yeah, there are. There are usually OS tools for that as well. So let's see now. Yeah, that's a reasonable color, I think. Some of this should be lighter if I do that though, but here it was drawn in white anyway. So let's show the color of all of this. Whoops. Color is white. Also lint this. I hope that's not the color of everything though. Ooh, it is. That's not good. We gotta overwrite that. Where's that coming from though? Hardware loadout or something? Also, that image has a bunch of weird classes on it. I just remembered this stuff. Edit blueprint footer image div. Flex grow 0. And edit blueprint footer bot image. Height and width. Yeah, let's just leave it like that for now. Alright, so what was I going to fix? The text color on this. And that's coming from a hardware loadout. What class does this have on it? well, hardware loadout, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, so here, so hardware slot just needs a color on it. It has a background color of white, so I guess we just need to make sure that it had a color on it of black. There, that should be it. So now it should look totally fine. Yeah. Yeah, this looks pretty good. I mean, sure, this stuff should be laid out a little bit differently, and we need a little bit more information there too, but it looks good for now. Okay, so let's check that in. Oh, see you, Lulong. So, show blueprint info panel when bot is selected. I've converted bot view into blueprint info panel. They're mostly the same, except for where they show up. The bot view used to be a sliding panel in the in-game UI. The blueprint info panel is a hovering dialog. Using Unreal? No, the blueprints thing corresponds to, in the game that I'm making, you make blueprints. So it's kind of hard to, oh, that's also a bug. Hang on, let me go write that down. Bug: when you cancel out of an attack or a defense, it doesn't reset the bot that you have selected. So the blueprint info panel doesn't go away. So yeah, I am working on a game called Botland, and in Botland you have these bots over here. These are what are blueprints in the game. And so what I'm working on today is the whole blueprint UI. So I can show you what a blueprint has in this game. It has cosmetic pieces, which I unfortunately own none, so I can't show you that, but it's the looks of the bot, of course. And then it has some functional pieces, so you've got all sorts of different weapons and armor and utility stuff, so I could have something like teleport and melee. Let's just try this out, actually. I bet this is going to be terrible, but and also let's put regeneration. So here's my bot, and then you can write a script for them if you want. So I am going to write a script in this case. We're going to say teleport to enemy bot if we can. Move, actually no, not move. Pursue them in the end here, and use melee. Yeah, so here's our script. We're going to use melee, we're going to try teleporting to a bot, and then we're going to try just walking to a bot. And if not, we're also going to pursue enemy CPU at the end of this. Cool, so we're going to create this bot. So let's just put a few of these here, and we can test it out, and they should teleport to the enemy. Yeah, then they like immediately die. But if I liked that, I could go, oh no, that's not good. Sure, you want to go back to the main menu? Cancel. I want this script. Now we're going to cancel for real. We're going to go attack, and we're going to use those same bots that we had. So we had melee, teleport, and regen, and I'm going to give them this script. And I'm going to put these bots down over here, and we'll see what happens. Nice. Nice. When fully implemented, if you have the inspector open and switch blueprints with a keyboard shortcut but no bot selected in the arena, will it also show the blueprint info for the selected blueprint, or does it require to select a bot in the arena? I think it's going to be, I think it's got to work either way, actually. Let me take a look. Yeah, I actually don't like this then. Oh, because this is overloaded. It's either blueprints or it's a bot. Yeah, so it is going to change. I'll have to write that down, Hideo. Wait, what did I write here? See what happens when you have? Oh God, what did I want to say? Why did I not finish writing this? I don't know. Oh well, fine. So make sure selecting different blueprints updates the blueprint info panel. It doesn't necessarily correspond to deployed bots, meaning we won't have a life value to display in some cases. All right, well, we're still in the process of checking this in. So let's continue. Just need to make sure there's no bad code here. Oh yeah, this is a bug fix from somewhere else. I shouldn't even check this in right now. We should check this in separately. Get tile at pixel coordinates. Yeah, let's revert this for now, because that's a separate thing. Update life of selected bot. Does it say in UI? Yeah, it does. Or no, this doesn't. There. Alright, not bad, not bad, not bad. There is a to-do item there that I need to address at some point. Excuse me. So set timeout join game, this should not be there. This was just some debug code I wanted. So we gotta go remove that. Where is this? It's in get user details from account server. Get user details from account server. Thanks, Fields. So let's delete all of this. Good. So more refactoring of code out of main. That is only a good thing. Let's close out of that. That's fine. Render blueprint info panel. Yep, I think this is also fine. Yep, looks good. Looks good. Looks good. That's renamed. That's a small bug fix. Yeah, nice. We're in good shape. Okay, so we can commit that. Now we can go fix this bug again and then check that in on its own. So we'll say get tile at pixel coordinates. So we just need to do this. There. Bug fixed. Ooh, no, not bug fixed. What did I copy paste here? Oh man, come on. Now it's bug fixed. And icon to send, thanks. Alright, let's check that in. Fix bug around placing bots at edges of arena. There was an off by one error that prevented you from placing bots in the last row or column of the arena. Okay, and then this, get user details from account server. Put this right here. All right, nice. So let's move on. So it should show bot name, script name, edit blueprint, and delete blueprint buttons if you own it. Yeah, which means there needs to be a blueprint ID in there. If there is a blueprint ID, a workbench for that. Yeah, okay, I can kind of see how this will work. We either set these things via just direct properties of name and script name and whatever, or we set a blueprint ID and we pull all the information from that. And by setting a blueprint ID, it means that you own it. All right, so I think the first thing that needs to be done here, there needs to be a way to, I'm just going to write, what is this thing called? What is that though? Update life of selected bot. Oh yeah, alright, fine. I'm going to refactor this so that it just takes in the life parameter. This should be a little bit easier now. We'll just say set selected bot life value. Life value. Fine, life. No, life is probably better. So now we just set this. So we need to duplicate everything that was in viewbot. So const viewbot equals clone d this state dot viewbot. Viewbot dot life equals action dot life. I was just about to say, anyone here? Hello, binary. And yeah, check it's quiet every once in a while. I think a lot of people end up watching this stream just sort of in the background, considering it's like 8 hours of me programming and there's only so much you can talk about if no one else is here. Which, by the way, the game's online if you guys want to try it. Anyone new to the stream, feel free to check it out. Anyone old to the stream, you've probably already seen it from yesterday. Is this correct? Life? Yes. Okay. So now, that was a pretty easy thing to fix. Now all we need to do is just call into this. So I can get rid of this. And I can just say this.redux store.dispatch in-game actions dot set life value to current life value. In fact, this is so pointless now that we can just get rid of this function. Update. I don't remember the name of the function. Here. There. That should work. Adding emotes and comments. Alright, does that work? So when we click this, we have a life value there. That's good. Does it get updated though? Yes, perfect. Nice. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. I think this was good to just remove some dead code. So let's lint this thing again. And then let's check it in. Yeah, check that out. That's what I like to see. 19 lines removed. Granted, we just moved it over to here, but those files are okay because that's where that code belongs. Now, what about this? Unexpected lexical block. No longer. And underscore is not defined. Whoops. It's actually a problem. Just tuned in for today, current plans. So there's always the today command. I'm going to be working on the blueprint selector for today. And what is this? Okay. But yeah, so I will show you in just a second, Banana. Let me check in this code, and then I can show you what it is I'm working on exactly. So this is a small refactoring. Yeah, pretty good. Okay, so refactor, what's the name of that function? Previously, it had to copy all values from Redux in order to just update the life value. Now I made a custom Redux action just for updating life. Okay, so the thing for today that I'm going to be working on is mostly this screen and all the related things. So what I mean is when you click a blueprint, it should pop up some info about it. You should be able to edit it from here, delete it from here if you want. And eventually we'll get to the point where there are chips in the game, I think. Looks like a browser-based game. Yeah, so it currently is a browser-based game. Don't listen to Digite. That's an inside joke. It's a browser-based game. It's eventually going to be on mobile as well. The general setup of the game is that you make bots, you can write scripts for those bots, and then you set up a defense and attack other people's defenses. So you can make bots, like I said, you can make scripts for those bots. So I can do something like, hey, fire lasers, or I could customize their strategy so that they're just always firing lasers to the right, for example. And then I can test this stuff out. So this just says fire lasers right. We create that, and I put these bots down. We hit test, and they're firing lasers to the right, exactly what I told them to do. We can give them more complex AI if we want. So we could say something like, I want you to fire lasers only if you can. Otherwise, I want you to try pursuing enemy bots. So this is now fire smartly and then get closer to enemies. So let's try that out. So cool. They're only firing when they can. They didn't actually need to get closer to enemies. Now they're not moving. So I could say something like, all right, then move around randomly. And we can add that in and try that out. Cool. So yeah, it lets you kind of build up the AI for your bots in a pretty easy to understand way. And your whole goal as a defender is to protect your CPU. What does the turquoise line represent in the mockup? I think it's just it's like racing stripes basically. It's just a line. Excited to try this out. Don't code in JavaScript in general though. Well, so Fizzlestick, if you want, you can try it out right now. You can just go to play.bot.land. And hey, Weedly, how's it going? Also, did something change about where my camera is? But yeah, so Fizzlestick, you don't actually need to use JavaScript if you don't want. In fact, I wouldn't even suggest using JavaScript. And if you don't know how to script at all, like you don't even care about doing this, then just don't. You don't have to at all. So watch, if I just trash this script, I can put any hardware on here I want, like lasers and let's say cloaking. And no, you know what? Let's do shield and regen or something like that. So I've got lasers and I've got shield, and I did not tell it how to use it. It has no script, which is why it says new script here. And if I test this out, you can see they're using shields, they're pursuing bots, they're using lasers. So you don't need to write code if you don't want to at all. You can just ignore that part. Your bots will still know what to do. And the reason for that is because there are two helper functions. There's figure it out for me and there's figure it out for me defense edition. And those are just automatically used. You're doing well, Weedly? I'm doing pretty well too. I've been excited. I've been getting a lot of feedback about Botland. We're just constantly improving it. The UI is going to start to look more like real UI. In fact, speaking of that, the placement statistics for bots is on top of the blueprint selector. Wouldn't mind a cookie clicker minigame Easter engine. Easter engine. I painted my engine blue. It should show bot name, script name, edit blueprint, and delete blueprint buttons if you own it. So, yeah, I guess I agree with this. So, life value of the bot if you don't own it. But not bot name, script name. Do we even get bot names? I don't even know if we get them from the server. Or any buttons. Okay, Fizzlestick. That's fine. Is this open source? No, it is not. It is definitely closed source, despite that I'm streaming everything. Digite, I think the reason why is because Binary over there said, oh, a rules engine. So maybe you were reading that part of chat and you said an Easter engine. Actually, I don't think the FAQ talks about the reasons. I think it's the blog post that talks about the reasons. Maybe the FAQ does. Okay, so we have, what do we have? We actually have no way of clicking your own bot right now. And so clicking this should pop up that info panel. It should have a close button. Let's just make the close button right now. That's the easiest thing to do. It'll give us the most bang for our buck. We are spending $0, so we're getting infinite value here. All right, so let's put the X just to the side of this. Yeah, so let's go to design.google.com. There should be a close button, which should look just like an X. Yes, there it is. And let's go put this on blueprint info panel. You actually probably already have a close button somewhere. Yeah, here. Neat. This is going to be slightly different though. So this close button is going to go here. On click, class name. So the class name is going to be blueprint info panel close button. And we don't have an on close function though. Where's the info panel? There it is. So this is going to have position absolute. But the only way for that to work, we have to say like right, I don't know, 5 pixels, top 0. The only way for this to work is if its parent has relative on it. So let's just cram this into another div that has relative on it. Isn't there a better way to do this? There probably is. I'm just going to write parent here. Okay, let's try that. Let's see what that looks like. Should just be an X on this thing now. Yeah, except for it's there, because I set what? The top to 0? That's not right. That's not right at all. Top is set to 0. I guess because of this? What if this is absolute? Oh, I don't even know where that went now. Okay, let's do some things to make this easier. Background color, red. That way we can always see it. Now I set top to 0 here. Should this have been 0 px? No, it doesn't matter. Oh, shows how much I know. Maybe if we move this up in the DOM. Can you just drag things here? What? You can? What? I didn't know about this. I can't tell where I'm dragging it. Oh, there we go. That actually worked almost like how I wanted it to. Oh, there. Perfect. Wow, that worked out really well. Okay. Easy peasy. So we just put this up here, and we're done. Thanks, Chrome. Where'd the X button go now? Oh god, I can't see it. Oh, it's right there, isn't it? But I didn't give it a background color, so you can't really see it. Whoa, 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 whoa. What? What is that? Okay, no, I think everything worked fine there. So where's that red X? There it is. Yeah, so that should really be a little bit farther to the side. So right is set to 5 pixels. I want to set this to something like that, negative 10 pixels. Hey, Skynet. Okay, there, that's pretty good. And so we want to color it like how this has it. This is in a circle, actually. Do we have one of those? Do we have an X in a circle? I could just put a border around it. They do, actually. It's called highlight off. Okay, fine. Let's use that. Highlight off. And we want this thing to be colored how exactly? It's just in black here. Yeah, I could do that. We'll fix the coloring later. That way I can still see where it is for right now. Yeah, so there it is. I mean, thanks to this div showing up, you can't really see anything, so I'll just delete that. But yeah, there's the X. I like that. I think that's pretty good. It's visible. We'll get rid of the background color eventually. It'll look fine. maybe, yeah, no, I think that's fine. Okay, so let's comment that out and just put color black. All right, so when you click it, it's got to close this. There is no close function right now. Maybe the inspector blueprint rows shouldn't use the same rows as when you click on edit. Maybe you could remove the height attribute so it does not take unneeded space. So the problem is you won't necessarily know what each piece of hardware does, especially if you're looking at someone's defense for the first time. So right now in the game, there's not too many different things, and you probably familiarize yourself with it. But the first time you see something like Inferno Zapper, you're going to be like, what is that? What does that mean? And having it show what it means right here, I think will be pretty helpful. Granted, I don't know if this is final UI for seeing what's in the game. We might change that. But yes, I think trying to get this to be as small as possible while still conveying enough information is going to be important. Now, as for the close button here, that should be pretty easy. On close equals this dot close blueprint panel dot bind this. Close blueprint panel is just going to be this dot bound in game actions dot set selected bot in arena. Why does this even exist here? Oh, neat. Nice. You're okay with that? I'm talking about the giant white space below it, which is useful when clicking edit to have 100%. Put in the inspector, meh. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Okay, so, well, I think I see what you're talking about. You're talking about this right over here, right? This white space. So there are a couple of things there. One is that when you're the defender, there's actually going to be multiple other sections there. Walls, pits, and chips. So there will be 3 other sections at the bottom. And then when you're the attacker, presumably you'll have enough attacker bots that this won't be so... Actually, yeah, I guess you're right. I could just make that take up less space. Yeah, okay, I'll write that down. We'll see how it looks at least. Consider that when you're the attacker, the height of the blueprint selector only be as big as it needs to be. Oh, that's not even what you're talking about? I thought you were talking about this white space. Okay, maybe I don't understand you then. Okay, so now that X button should work. So we click the X, which we can't because this text is in the way. So we click this X, and yeah, it closes. Okay, that's nice. Although I think it would have closed even if we clicked over here. So I really think just clicking anywhere closes that. That's probably fine. I don't think it really matters. Clicking here doesn't do it though. All right. So show the right things when it's your bot. So we need to have the blueprint ID, which we don't have right now, and this is very tedious. All right, let's go get the blueprint ID. In order for this to work, we'll set a blueprint ID when it's your bot. That way we know whether we can edit or delete it. And yeah, we should test that out too. Test deleting a blueprint from the blueprint info panel when you have deployed bots. Try it from the blueprint side of things and from the deployed bot side of things. All right, so getting this into the game, we need to set the blueprint ID from which we really get all of his other information. This is why I don't think I like this. Yeah, I don't think I like this. Well, we can refactor this in a bit. So set selected bot in arena. Now we go to the reducer for this. And we have blueprint ID. And then when we call set selected, we need to call it with that blueprint ID. So that is only done right here. And we only can get the blueprint ID if it's your bot. So owner my player equals owner. Does player know that it's my player? This doesn't really matter. Hey Oren, thanks for the bits. You still super tired? You're gonna be super tired for the next several months? Cool. So this, if player depot.myplayer equals owner, then we will inject a blueprint ID. So let blueprint ID equals null. Here we're gonna say get component blueprint component of bot entity, and then blueprint ID equals oh yeah, that's right, you're on what, GMT -5 right now, right? It's 1:30 for you, so yeah, that would have been pretty late. Well, thank you nonetheless for the bits. I mean, having these rows instead of the ones you have in the inspector. Oh yeah, okay, that's what I originally thought you were talking about. Right, and so I think it's going to be hard to, okay, yeah. I think I can do something like that. I'll have to consider it. Yeah, because a long time ago, what we were planning on doing for this is that any of these would have a little I button next to it or a question mark, and you could hover over that or click it, and you'd be able to figure out exactly what this thing did. And yeah, maybe we should still do something like that. I'm not sure yet. So blueprint ID, we can save there. So if you click your own bot, you'll have this. Unfortunately, there's no way to spawn this UI for your own bots. It's just so annoying. I mean, you also can't use these buttons if the game is currently being played. If the game is being played, then editing or deleting your blueprint shouldn't be possible. The button should be grayed out as soon as the game starts playing. This is pointless until I can make it so that you can click one of your own bots and see what it is. And then what's annoying about that, like I could do this actually pretty easily. If you click a bot of yours, I could have it not unplace it. I guess let's do that. So right now we have this tap handler. If a bot already exists there, where is it? If game hasn't started and it's owned by you, also interesting, is entity owned by player. But anyway, if the game hasn't started, so what we'll do here instead is say this dot set selected bot in UI bot clicked, return that. So these will just be commented out for now. Oh, in fact, we already had this information right here, right? Utility exists placing factory. Oh, so we can just get rid of this entire thing. Hey, folk. Okay, so now when you click your bot, nice. So now in order to move your bot, oh man, in order to move your bot, you have to drag it. I don't know how I feel about that. It works. It feels okay. And I guess you can, yeah, so just unplacing it is going to be annoying. But that's why there would be a delete button. Also, that's not a delete blueprint button. This is delete an unplaced bot. The game is being played, editing your blueprint or removing your bot should be possible. One thing I've seen in the game, can't remember which one, but they add small info buttons like the ones you're talking about. When hovering or clicking, it shows a small preview. For you, that could be a bot using this effect in the arena quickly to see what it does and what it looks like. Yeah, I think someone was telling me that either League of Legends or Dota does this, and I think that's a great idea. I think that it might be a little bit hard to communicate some of the things in just a GIF. I probably won't be doing that at first, despite that I like it. I just think it's a lot of work to get something like that done. So these are the kinds of things where I think most of next year is going to be just making the game better, adding in the final features that I need to add in. And so, yeah, I will have times where I'm like, okay, we're going to spend an entire day just trying to get this preview thing to work. How do I do it? What's best? What's the most performant way? And hi, Stuart. I have a relatively strict no politics talk in this channel, at least for the current time, like next couple of weeks probably. I think after that, some light talk between yourselves is probably fine. I will not be joining it. Okay, so it should show bot name, script name. We don't have script name in there right now, right? When you click this, yeah, it's not showing you your script. And yeah, folk, it won't be, don't worry. Next couple of years. Hey Zine, I haven't seen you in a while. What's up? Huh. I want to make this draggable eventually too. So let's show the script name in there if we can. But that would mean it would need to be, no, it doesn't need to be in the UI. What am I talking about? So blueprint ID is what we want to use. So where's blueprint info panel? Here it is. This will only exist for your bots that you've clicked. And life is not necessarily going to be set in this UI. That's gotta be undone. Yeah, I'm gonna write that down. Make sure that we don't show life values when you select a blueprint in the UI. They're only for deployed bots. So if you have this, then first of all, what we want to show is, actually let's do this. Like, is your bot equals this information? So if it is your bot, we want to do a bunch of stuff here. So I'll say things like to do fetch script name. But down here, we want to know whether you can edit this and whether you can delete it. No, you can't. No, darn it. We need to differentiate there. Make sure we only show a remove button if you have a deployed bot. I don't think this is going to be obvious. Just been busy failing classes. Oh, really, Zine? What kind of classes? Like the progress of your game, though. Well, thanks for that. If you want to play it, by the way, it is online. If anyone wants to play it, it's online. How many people have played today? There are 74 games that have been played today. So not very many. But that's because I didn't make any updates. There's nothing new to test out. I gotta say, one thing I like a whole lot more now than during the prototype time. During the prototype time, every week I would say, okay, we're going to try a new idea, guys. And I would have to detail what the idea is and how to use it. And there wouldn't be final UI, so you'd have to use a bunch of keyboard shortcuts. And I feel like we would go in this direction and then in this direction and then there. And so people didn't know what was going on. Now, at least with all these updates, it's like, hey, we're refining the project down to the alpha release. And then after that, beta. And then after that, the final release. Well, not final. We're going to be updating it after that too. Not for now, but for later. But when a bot is under the influence of a tower, you should maybe add this information in the inspector. Just like superbots. I had to remove superbots from the game. Maybe I should remove the inspector from the game. Mostly math. Can't wrap my head around it. The computer science ones are easy. Well, Zine, what kind of math? When someone's failing classes, you're not meant to distract them with your game. Hey, Jamin. And nonsense. That's what the whole point of this Twitch stream is. To distract people with entertainment. Alright, so if you have a blueprint, we can at least have the edit button showing here. So I'll say something like on edit equal... Actually, should I do that? Yeah, on edit equals... We have a function for this. I don't know what the function is, though. And either way, it's not the selected blueprint in the... Actually, yes, it is. Yeah, we have a function for this. Where does this show up? Here, on edit. There we go. Easy peasy. This should only be passed in if... Actually, no, let's just do this. Enable editing. No, show edit button equals is your bot. I don't know if I like that combination of things there. We might need to change that. But the edit button would need to be down here somewhere. So we'll say this.props.show edit button and... Let's just say this. This.render edit button. I like that better. Render edit button. If... So return a... Well, for right now, just, I guess, a div with a button in it that says edit. And we'll eventually make this look a little bit better. And onClick will be this.props.onEdit. There. Both actually, linear algebra and analysis. Currently studying for analysis, but this semester I'll put more effort into it. I really liked linear algebra. I think the problem is it does take a lot of practice before you remember a lot of those formulas. And like, I don't know, it starts with multiplying matrices and everything, right? And then it's finding the determinant and using like, oh man, what are the other things I learned? Eigenvalues and eigenvectors and yeah. Wish I had the motivation to complete projects. Well, Binary, why don't you just start working now on one of them? I think at some point it is just difficult to start working on something. There are days when I'm like, I just can't bring myself to code this the right way or to even get started on a project. And yeah, that can be tough. But you gotta get started at some point. Alright, so there's the edit button. It's got lasers, missiles, cloaking. If we click edit and we get rid of cloaking, for example, it still has cloaking on it. Oh, I know why that's happening, but that's really frustrating. So if we click it again, then yeah, it doesn't have cloaking anymore. Okay, so after editing, we need to update this. So really, oh man, this is gonna be hard. After editing a bot, we need to make sure we update the UI to reflect the new blueprint. Which is why we really shouldn't pull this information from multiple locations. So if it's your own bot, we just pass in the blueprint ID and we use that for all of the values. think the best way to do this is to just pull values from Workbench Reducer when we have a Blueprint ID, because we know that it has to correspond to the latest data. All right, well, this is not a very difficult thing to do. We just need to... Oh man, let me think about this. Adam, do you vape? I'm not answering that. I'll just paste an emote in chat. Yeah, okay, we gotta pull this information from somewhere else. So anywhere the viewbot was coming from, this needs to change. Hardware, name, life. Life actually doesn't need to. Name, life, and the cosmetics. Name, life, cosmetics, and also the script information. Name, hardware, then cosmetics. So name, hardware. All right, so how do we do this? I don't even want to do things this way. This is not necessarily correct. So set this to null by default. If it's your bot, we need to pull this information from the blueprint. This can actually still be there, but the cosmetics thing needs to change. That needs to be pulled from this.props.workbench reducer dot base. I don't know what this is. All right, let's just do this. How's it going? How's it going in VisionNet? All right, Zine. See ya. All right, you ready? Here we go. You click your own bot. It goes into here. We look at Blueprint, and there's nothing. Well, that's because I typed the wrong thing. So let's try that same thing again. We click our own bot, and we get blueprint.cosmetics, which has nothing on it, but it is an object. So I think we're good. So we can just say this here. Okay, so there's that. Now we also need the hardware and the name, which should exist for both of these things, right? Hardware and name. Yeah, okay, great. So name equals blueprint.name, hardware equals blueprint.hardware. And that should fix that bug. That should be it. Let's try it out. So when we place a bot and we click it, we have lasers, missiles, cloaking. Now we're going to go edit it and get rid of missiles. And now we update, and yes, it's updated. And now we're going to change his name, attack BP. We're going to change that to just test. And that got updated. And what else can we change? The cosmetics. Do we have cosmetics? No. Well, we need to go buy cosmetics. Boop and boop. So just buy a bunch of these things. There. Now we got to go back and do that again. Whoops, over here. Cool. So we edit this bot. We change how it looks. And then we hit update, and it should get updated even in this icon. Oh, perfect. Okay. Nice. Nice. Welcome back, Antimatter Tape. Okay, not bad. Not bad. I should comment why I'm doing things this way. So when when we have your blueprint ID, we should pull all information. Actually, I wrote this over here, right? We should pull all information from the workbench reducer because it will have the up-to-date blueprint information. Whereas viewbot, well, viewbot will eventually get it now that I think about it. We just need to set that again. But that's not something for them to do. Okay, this is looking good. So it's just good to know we have that edit button there. We also need this UI to show up when you click one of these. No, when you double click one of these. Right? I think that's what shows up over here. Double click for info. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that, but okay. So instead of double click, which I think is not really necessary here, it could just be click twice. So double click implies there's a certain amount of milliseconds that have to pass before it's not considered a double click. Clicking twice could be like, this is selected, you go over to another window entirely, you come back, you click it a second time. So I think it should just be click twice probably. And then that would pop this up, and it would pop it up for, oh, that's gonna be annoying. Okay, let's write that down. So this is done. So when you click an already selected bot in the blueprint selector, hey Bother, do you think that working on a diagram with objects and function dependencies drawn as arrows would help? Like those who project a plane in... I think that sort of thing can help, yes. When you say would help, I don't know if you're talking about for me or for you. For me, I think it would be more overhead than it's worth. I think what's helpful for that a lot of the time is if you're having trouble designing something or keeping that design in your head, or if you're working with a large enough project where you want everyone to be on the same page, I think it can be helpful in those cases. So for me, like I said, I think it would be overhead because I made the whole code base right now. So I typically at least know what my design was at the time. Hi, Park Jam. How are you all doing? I'm doing well. Okay, so when you click on an already selected bot in the blueprint selector, it should open the blueprint info panel. So the issue is that I can't rely on the information in viewbot given that we haven't selected a bot. Well, actually, not only that, I need to make sure we're not respecting the life value in there. Perhaps I should just mark whether I have something selected, whether I have a bot selected or a blueprint selected. Although really, none of this information comes from viewbot other than life, and life has to be there right now. I'm fine, Thanksgivings. I don't know how that could even happen. Okay, let's try this out. In fact, let's do this the easy way first. When you click a blueprint in the blueprint selector, so where does that happen? Game blueprint selector. Here, is there an on select, on click? None of that happens? Selected blueprint icon? Ooh, that's a bad name. That's a bad name. Let's say on select icon. And then in blueprint selector, oh my god, that went to the wrong file. There. Yeah, that's much better. Except for, did I change it everywhere? Yeah, I did. Trying to hint at something. I don't even know what the hint would be. Probably some off the wall thing like you look like a turkey. Here, I need to make this pop up the info panel. Okay, we can do this. Right, so here's what we do. This dot bound in-game actions dot set selected bot and arena. Ooh, I don't like that anymore. Yeah, I don't like that anymore. Selected blueprint. I think I want to make something like set selected blueprint for info panel. Yeah, let's do that. What are these emotes? Nerf Blaster. Chef Frank. Where are all these coming from? So this should just have blueprint ID. And this needs to return, well, we can just do this for right now. Do we have util here? No. Well, there's nothing stopping us from getting it, but let's get Lodash here. So we'll say not is nil blueprint ID, and then who cares about the rest of these apparently? Yeah, that's probably an issue. What are those? SG. What are those for? Oh, I know what it's for. Okay, never mind. I dare not utter its name. But yeah, I just realized the raspberry gave it away. The other ones just look silly. Okay, so we have this. This should be working. Let's try it. It'll be on single click right now, and it might cause an error because life does not exist there. No, it doesn't even work. What? Why does this not work? Did I forget something? Selected blueprint icon. Set selected blueprint for info. Alright, let's just set a breakpoint here. Yeah, no, that should be right. What did I do wrong here? You go into the game and you click one of these, and it breaks in here. Bay ID equals 9, yeah, sure. We go into this. Dispatch. Action creator dot apply. That's into here. Is nil, sure. So is selected is true. Blueprint ID is 9. Then all this other stuff is undefined. Alright, that's working correctly. So why did this not pop up a panel? That's a good question. Oh, whoops. Regardless of whether you had a bot selected, we don't want to show the UI any longer. That's why. Because I said it open here and then closed right here. Well, get rid of that. And everything should kind of work now. Let's try it. Yeah, cool. So you can't X out of this now. And oh no, you can X out of it. It's because that text is above it, right? So if we delete that. Nice. Now that should only happen on double tap. So when something's already selected. So where do we do that? Set selected bot bay for blueprints. We need to get what that is right now. How do we do that? Well, knowing where this thing exists would be pretty helpful. Set selected bot bay for blueprints. This is in the workbench. And it all boils down to this. Selected bay ID. Oh, easy peasy. Okay. So we say if this dot props dot workbench state dot selected bay ID equals bay ID. So if it's already selected, this is not what I want to have happen, is it? Yeah, if it's already selected, open the info panel on it. We'll try that out. No, I agree with you. I think it has its purposes. And hey, TJ, I just don't necessarily think it's a silver bullet and that everyone should use it. And yeah, no change today on Botland. So when you click a single time, it's just going to select it. When you click twice, it's going to open up the info panel. And then life just shouldn't show there, which is something we're going to have to fix. Bot name, edit blueprint, unplaced bot. Yeah, so I think we just need to differentiate here. Differentiate between selecting a bot and a blueprint in the info panel. That way we know whether to show the life values, remove bot button, etc. And that should be able to change. Next update is going to be huge. Not get that much done yesterday. No, I don't think I did get very much done yesterday. I think yesterday was mostly like this bar over here, which is not that much. Did I even do anything else? I feel like yesterday was a huge waste of time. Yesterday was just a bad day. So let's take a look. Yesterday was the 8th. So I got these commits done yesterday. Show blueprints in 2 columns, fix a warning, lay out the UI differently. Yeah, that actually took some time. Allow for long press and drag. Oh yeah, this is what took the majority of the time yesterday. It was like 2 hours of coding for this. So what I worked on yesterday is you can click and drag and move bots around, and you can also remove them from the arena that way too. Sometimes this doesn't register as a drag, and then you let the mouse up and it doesn't do anything. And actually, that's pretty easy to repro. So it's click and drag slowly and then let go. No, wait, click and drag. How am I reproing this? Also, that should never happen. Oh boy. Yeah, that's a bug. Let's write this down. Bug. Long press and drag. So how exactly do I describe how to repro this? Long press and drag. Long press a deployed bot. Then wait a little while. Then drag about 50 pixels away. Then let go of the mouse button. So long press, wait, drag a little bit, let go, and now I can long press another bot and do the same thing. Yeah. The bot will not be marked as no longer being dragged. This means that you can drag another bot via the same repro steps. It's too bad. Class names is added, can't be a bad day. And nice, TJ. Do you want to link it to us? Or actually, you don't even necessarily need to do that, right? Because phaser.io, if you go here and look at any of their examples, I think the way that this works is such that you can just give us, you can just give us the code, and then we could put it in here and hit the run button. Where is that? Run code. Oh, can you just share it actually? Download example, hide side nav, toggle example in new window. Okay, never mind. Well, anyway, there's run here. So if you ever want to test, if I want to increase the rate of fire, for example, I should be able to do that. Weapon.fire rate. This makes no sense. So what, higher is faster? I should just look at the code, really. Yep, who knows? Hey, Andon. You'll link it when it's more complete? Okay. So differentiate between selecting a bot and a blueprint in the info panel. That way we know whether to show life values, remove bot button, etc. So we need to know, is it yours, and is it a bot or is it a blueprint? We know whether it's yours because we'll have a blueprint ID, but we don't know whether it's a bot or a blueprint right now. So how will we do that? I guess we could just pass in like a true or false here. So, wait, but if it's a bot, we don't need to, oh yeah, never mind, yes we do. Fine. Yeah, fine. I didn't want to do this, but I guess I have to. Selected bot in UI. So note, you don't necessarily own this entity. It does not run the edited code. I mean, does it really not? It looked like I didn't have a change there. So here, we know for sure that you selected a bot. So I guess what we should say here is this. This is true. And then we'll just go update all of this other stuff. So did selected bot or is bot. And then here is set selected blueprint. This will be false for this. And then is bot in the in-game reducer. If true, this means you selected a bot in order to launch the blueprint info panel. If false, it means you selected a blueprint. Yeah. Antimatter tape. Actually, if you go fight Avexator's defense, you'll see he's got some pretty good code on his bots, I think. I played against him earlier. Defeat, yeah. You beat my defense 3 minutes ago. Antimatter tape. You jerk. Actually, how many people... I need to go to the database for this. Oh well, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go look into stats right now. We have a game to code. So, if you... Where is this thing? Blueprint info panel. So if this is a blueprint, so isBot equals viewBot.isBot, then we don't want to show the life value over here at all. So let's get that working at the very least. So we'll say here this dot render life, and that's just a div, so this is pretty simple. Render life. If not props.isBot, then return. Otherwise, return this. There. Let's see if that works. Yeah, so now clicking this will not show life, but clicking a bot over here will show life. I've broken it. Life should have been this dot props dot life. Yeah, this. Nice. Nice. I actually like that a lot. Okay. Last time I won, if I remember right, I used a special strategy to trick his bots. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I like that because he came up with a defense that I think is is pretty powerful, but it's the script that makes it really powerful. And I tried beating it at first, and granted, I wasn't giving it my full effort, but I lost. And then I started making up excuses. I don't follow the no Johns rule. All right, let's take a look. So we double click that, looks good. We click this, also looks good. So yeah, now life shows up when you have a bot selected. When I close out of this UI and I select this, life does not show up. So edit is going to show up for both of these. It's not going to show up for this one. So yeah, we have a totally dynamic UI at this point. Now we need to, so make sure we don't have life values. Yep, that's correct. It should show bot name, script name. Okay, let's get script name because I haven't done that yet. Script name equals script name. Script name doesn't even show up all the time now. To do fetch script name. Okay, fine. Script equals, so script ID equals blueprint.script ID. Care Bear, thanks for following. Now we get the script, this dot props dot workbench state dot script ID. If util dot exists script, then script name equals script.name. Else script name equals no script assigned. Let's see if that works. Then in here we need to render the script. I don't know where that even should go. Let's just put it below name for now. Fine. So this dot render script name. Render script info. Render script info. So that is if not this dot props dot is something is what? Show edit button. Just say is your bot. Okay. So if this is not your bot, then just return. And if it is your bot, then return a div that shows this dot props dot script name. Yeah, that should work. Let's try that out. So we deploy a bot and it says no script assigned. Cool, I guess. We click this, it says no script assigned. So let's give it a script. We'll just say script name. That's probably a bad idea. Let's call it Ultra Killer. And let's just give it the Ultra Killer script. Great. So create, update. Now it says Ultra Killer there. When I click one of these, it says Ultra Killer. Perfect. Yeah, so script name is now showing. This UI is coming together. Oh, whoops, unplace bot button. I need that now. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, fine. Okay, so we've got to show a button. We have an edit button. I guess we'll also render a delete button. Render delete button. Just copy paste all of this. So this is going to be delete. It's going to say on delete. But we can only do this if this was a bot. So if that or if not this dot props dot is bot, that's what we need. We don't have an on delete function yet, so we're going to need to do that too. But this is going to be a special function. This dot props dot route dot, it's going to be remove single bot. Oh, darn it. The only way for this to work is if we pass in a bot ID. We don't have that information. Oh. Time to watch this replay another 3 times. Yeah, that's. I don't know how much of a problem that is right now because this is something Hideo's been talking about for a while. Is hey, should there just be AI players in the game who automatically attack your defense? And I'd like to avoid that as much as possible. But it does kind of suck when you edit your defense and then no one attacks it. I don't know how much that'll happen in the real game though. Also, I guess it's bright enough outside where I can turn this thing off, right? Yeah, nice. Lights 17, lights 5. Yeah. I just want to set that back to normal. There. Better testing would be great. What do you mean by that, antimatter tape? Like you want to be able to print things out from your script? Or are you saying that I need to fix bugs? Because I think that I need to fix bugs things is definitely the case. And if you want to be able to test things from your script, that's something that I forgot who said it, but yeah, I think it's a good idea to have separate horde game mode where your defense goes against a ton of zombie bots. Yeah, we were talking about this briefly, you and I, after the other stream on Monday, I think. And in general, if there's ever AI bots attacking you, then it's very easy to exploit that. Although, no, yeah, I think it's too easy to exploit. Now, something interesting that I could do, but this is pretty far out there, I think. When you go attack somebody, so let's say I just click the attack button here. You're looking at somebody's defense. Darn it, this is annoying. Okay, so you're looking at somebody's defense. So in this case, I have these two bots. And then you're clicking and you're reacting to what they have. So you're like, okay, I see what that's got. I see what that's got. Let's put down these bots here. I could capture the attack that you've done against this player, which was specific for them, and I could replay that attack against a defense where it doesn't make sense. And the reason why you might do this is to have a player-made AI, but you'd only do this in cases where it won. Oh, you like more testing when editing your defense? Yeah, that is going to happen. In a sense where you reuse already saved replay / attacks. Yeah, so you don't invent anything, you just replay it to another user. Yeah, the thing is, if you replay an attack that was successful against defense A, what are the odds it's successful against defense B? And I don't know. I mean, this is like if you see if you see bots here that all have lasers, you're gonna put down like reflect and melee, and you're probably gonna easily beat them. And then if you try replaying that attack against someone who has no reflectable projectiles, it's just gonna be a pointless attack. Yeah, I don't think replaying attacks will ever work. Otherwise, it probably means the game was designed poorly. Because the whole point of Botland should be, can you react to whatever strategy you see? And if it's balanced well enough, then it means that you reacting well is the only way you should be able to beat them. And you reacting poorly means you should lose. So any attacks that are replayed against other defenders should pretty much always fail. Still be more chance to get our defense beaten. That part's true. Yeah, no, I agree with that. And I think that okay, you know what? I think part of the problem here is that if you look at how many games are played every day, like okay, so we have 100 right now. How many people do you think played these 100 games? And I'm about to tell you the answer. So put your guesses in. Let me do this off screen. Okay. So select, actually we already have this over here, right? Okay. So today it was, and this isn't necessarily just today. I agree it should not work, but if it works 1 over 100 replays, you get at least one more replay. Yeah. Okay, this is actually pretty hard to find out because I need to only select from matches where matches.time is greater than, I don't even know how to do this, whatever. Excuse me. Should probably close the keyboard cam when typing those things. So the things I typed in were not private. When I SSH into a machine, so I always type like SSH AWS and then an IP address. The IP address is public. You guys have that. SSHing into the machine will print out a message that says something like last connected from private IP address. And this is the reason why I take this onto another screen. And then when I type in the password, that's just me copy pasting. So I don't even know what my password is. I couldn't share it if I wanted to. Well, not from memory, I can't. But yeah, thank you for the advisory, because I did have to be careful about that at one point when I was typing in passwords. TJ, thanks for the bits. I hate kazoos. Their score has not moved since you put the game offline. How could he have played 64 games? Yeah, this is counting what happened yesterday. I don't know how to limit this based on time. Like, it shouldn't be that hard to do, but I guess what we could do is something like this. Select ID from matches, and we get time as well. And we could say where time is greater than this. Can we do that? That doesn't work. Do we just need quotes around it? Oh, nice. Okay, so this is not actually so bad. Let's see if we can put this clause on the other query. Yeah, I don't know how to do this. Oh well, whatever. Okay. Also, hang on a second. Oh, where clauses go in the end? Oh, my bad. Okay, let's fix that. So where time there. Now we put this where clause here, and we say where matches dot time. What is wrong with this? Select user's ID name from matches, join users on that, group by that, by order by count. All right, well, whatever. This is not super important. Yeah, whatever. Oh, didn't see the group? Oh, it has to come before the group? Where did my where clause even go? There it is. So we want to take that. Join on users. Select from where order by group by having. Yeah, but I had this here. That didn't work. All right, I don't know. This doesn't matter. But thank you, Godik. I appreciate you trying to teach me. All right, so unplace bot. We need an on delete button, but the on delete needs to know which particular bot to delete, and we don't have that information right now. So the only way to kind of fix this is to have Instead of is bot, it'll be bot ID. So let's go fix that. And then this would be this.props.route dot unplace bot by ID ubot.bot ID. Bot ID is there. That is going to be isBot is going to be totally gone. How would I do this? Okay, that's fine. Util doesn't exist here now, so const util equals require botland util. If you paste the query, I'll reconstruct it really fast. So I just find matches where matches.time is in the last day. Thank you. I think you should once a day get the number of edited defenses and log that. I think at the moment it's decreasing pretty fast. Yeah, that's true. I think that's a good suggestion. I think these are some interesting stats I should add. Yeah, have the overseer report this. And I kind of expect that even the number of times the edit defense is clicked, that will involve more metrics plumbing through the code base. And that'll probably require some validation too to make sure that people aren't just saying, oh yeah, I clicked it 1,000,000 times today, because that is purely client side. So I'd have to keep track of it per user and then ignore all the outliers. And then, like, yeah, that's more of a coding thing, I think. Select from, join, where, group by, having, order by. Yeah, dig down deep. That's what Godeek was trying to tell me. I didn't put a lot of time into trying to figure it out. Okay, so to show the unplace button, yeah. So bot ID now exists there. But why do we even pass that in? No, that's a bad idea. Because this thing doesn't care about what the bot ID is. Darn it. Yeah, let's undo all of that. Actually, you know what? Before I undo it all, let's save it over here, and then let's undo it all. So this should be back to what it used to be. This.props.isBot. There. So we don't ever actually pass this information in. Next, we need this function, unplace bot by ID, which we don't have right now, do we? And then some other part of this that I'm missing right now. I just don't know what it is. Bot ID. Oh yeah, passing in the bot ID. Oh yeah, okay, good. So we need to write this function at some point. Write this function and also plumb bot ID through Redux. Thankfully I remembered. So bot ID, not isBot, and here it's just going to be null. IsBot is bot ID reducer in game. And then finally, when you call into this, instead of passing true here, what you're going to pass is the real ID of the bot. So this dot get real ID from entity bot entity. There. The thing I would hate is people totally ignoring a part of the game that I think should be even with attacking, because at first, and it's expected, the number of users make it that way, and people just forget about it. No, so Hideo, I think the big thing about what's going to eventually make it so that people care about that is this incentive to defend. So I said without an incentive to defend, there'd be nothing forcing you to have a defense at all. Defending is only tied to defense ranking and computer level, both of which only affect your defense. This means that players who care about ranking would care about making a defense. And if you don't care about ranking, then you'd have no reason to make a defense. So that's why I needed to add an incentive. So the incentive is you get bot coin every time you defend. Oh, whoa, I made it so you lose bot coin as well? Well. Yeah, I forgot about that. I made it so you just lose money in the game. Wow, that's harsh. Oh well. Adam, try this. Okay. Yeah, let's try it out. Oh, neat. Thanks. And wait, why didn't you link it in? And how does this work? Every derived table must have its own alias. I don't know what that's about. Okay, so yeah, here's your answer though. We have what, 2, 4, 6, 8 people who played in the last day. And that, Hideo, is part of the reason why right now no one's attacking you, because there are only 8 people even playing right now. Hey, Jeff. Yeah, how's it going? I think you probably had a different account last time you popped in, right? Because I don't remember that particular name. Yeah. Yeah, so let me know what your other account name was, if you had one, Jeff. Adam, try this. Oh, nice. Let's try this out. Uh-oh. Antimatter tape. I think I'm getting hacked. Oh, Jindy. Okay. Yeah. Well, welcome back. Yeah, how's it going? Last seen Jindy. Wait, hasn't seen Jindy yet. Oh, there's 2 E's. Last seen August 12th. So yeah, it's been like 3 months. Alright, so how does this work? Neat. So now I have 2 ways of doing this. So there's this. Queries to select matches in the last day. So there's that one, and then there's also dig down deeps, which is, where is it? This one. There. Yeah, cool. Thank you both. I just did attack him, tried to avoid him a few times because Ultra Killer can't beat Hideo. that's your other answer, Hideo. Is people are actively bypassing your defense right now. And no, Jep, you don't have to worry about it. Like, no need to apologize, definitely. And I think school is more important than watching some random person on the internet start coding a game. Hey, Nate Goody. All right, so yeah, my point, Hideo, from earlier, and I agree that, like, I recognize your point is, hey, I want to see my defense actually get used. And so my point was that I think that's good, but I think right now we just don't have the players for it to happen. It should only be before the group, not after. All right, I see. Yeah, and I'll internalize this later, I think. For right now, it's just something I can copy paste. Mostly just me who thought defense could become ignored if not usable / testable. So you are still not required to defend. That design document only gives you an incentive, not a requirement. If you want, you can lose 50 bot coin every day by just not defending or not defending well. In fact, that's not even probably a huge dent in your bot coin every day. Because I expect you to actually, wait, is it? No, never mind. Maybe it is. I expect you to get, I think, 1,200 per week, which divided by 7 is like 171 per day. So yeah, I guess the difference between getting 121 per day and getting 171 per day is whether you defend. So really, 121 divided by 171 is, so yeah, you're losing 30% of your bot coin every day if you're not defending. Yeah, I think that's a good enough incentive. If you progress through a game 30% slower because you're ignoring part of the game, I think that's fine. Have you tried Visual Studio Code? Yeah, I have, but I only tried it on the day it was released, and I wasn't impressed by it. I didn't see a big enough reason to switch, so I just stopped using it ever since then. Hey, Shadowfang. Yeah. Yeah, and Hideo, these are the kinds of things that are really, really hard to test in an alpha. One of them is, do people care about the things that they will eventually care about? I think that unless you put in all of the incentives and all of the systems, it's just difficult to get people to start caring about stuff. It'd be like if I were making World of Warcraft and I'm like, all right, yeah, enemies can drop any item in the game, but can you guys test the crafting system? You'd be like, no, there's no reason to test the crafting system. I can already get items, so I'm not going to test that. And I feel like that's what's happening right now. There's no reason for you to try to get botcoin because I start everyone with 5,000, and it only costs what, like 2,000 or 1,000 to buy the stuff you need. So you basically have infinite. Well, you have infinite because you can generate more. So, yeah. Okay, so I think this is done. I need to write this function now. So this should go here, and it should be passed in. Actually, it shouldn't really go here. Well, let's write this anyway. So let's say bot real ID this dot simulation server dot arena dot. It's got to remove the bot somehow. I'll say unplace bot by ID bot real ID. There, setup React needs to pass this into in game. We'll just put this here for right now. And then the arena needs this information too. Let's put this here. So unplacing a bot. I guess it should work the same way that placebot worked, which is right here. Update active player stat. So we want to delete an entity. Do we have remove bot? We can say remove this dot remove bot and update, or remove entity and update placement stats. All right, that'll work. We need to call this from here. So first this dot entities by real ID. By real ID. And then this should check to see if not util.exists entity. We just return. Hey Adam, welcome back. How do you use the packs? How you use packs is not really supported right now. I can give you a workaround for it. Where is this? What is the workaround? Also, there's no need to open packs, but you can do it. Debug main.open salvage. this. Here's how you can do this, Andon. Hey, Pecos. You did it? All right, nice. Yeah, so Pecos, did you end up going to your class and asking your teacher about this, or did you end up figuring it out on your own? Aw, I'm glad, Jindy. Wow, interesting to do. Basically a DDoS from Visual Studio Code, I guess. Alright, I'm going to purge this message, because I don't know what it means. Now I'm going to find out what it means. How... Huh, some of these words do not translate from Polish. Oh, well. Okay, so now when we place a bot, and we need to do this over here, I guess. When we place a bot, we should have a remove button, and we don't. I wonder if it's just not rendering. Hey, Paluta. That's good, Pecos. Yeah, and hopefully you feel like you're learning from that too. I think you did a good job on that, and it looks nice. And when you look at it now, it should be like, oh yeah, cool, I understand it, and I get why this is happening, and how I would extend this to do something else, let's say. So render delete button. If this dot props, if it's not your bot, or if it's not a bot at all, return. Otherwise, render a delete button. This is not happening. Let's find out why. Can't read property bind of undefined. Set up React. Oh, I never saved this. Okay, never mind. Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Yes, it did. There's a delete button. Okay, so now does the delete button work? That is going to be a very interesting thing. Also, when we do that, I guess we want to close the panel. So let's get rid of that too. This will be this dot unplace bot by ID. I can do it this way. You know what? That's why I don't like this. So there. Now we do this. Unplace bot by ID, bot ID, we call into this thing. And then we close the blueprint panel. And we should say blueprint info panel here. There. And in debug main should be defined if you start, how does this work? If you have DevTools open when you start the game. But the reason I say it's not needed, first of all, salvage packs are going to change so that they only contain cosmetic items. And yeah, Pecos, anytime. If you ever have any questions, feel free to ask. I do think learning debugging is probably the next best step for you. So salvage packs are eventually only going to contain cosmetic items. Right now they contain more than that. But the reason why I said they're unnecessary is because you have enough money in the game to buy whatever you need. And if you don't, I could just give you money, basically. But there shouldn't be a need to do that. Okay, so we do this. I'm going to click the delete button, and we're just going to cross our fingers and hope that it works. That is not an example of it working. Okay, that worked, but then something's failing. Oh, whoops. Okay, that's a silly mistake. There. Let's try that out. The only important part was console.log success. Yeah. Alright, so we click delete. It worked. Whoa, nice. Sometimes I just don't expect this stuff to actually work. So it's nice when it does. So I can click this now and I can delete the bot. I can click it and I can edit it. I can change whatever, just remove everything, let's say. Yep, it's all gone. How'd you make your developer tools look like that? This is Hideo's favorite command, Dad Sparrow. Dark Chrome. Could you do me a favor and lend me some Botcoin, bro? How much do you even have? Select Botcoin from users where name equals antimatter tape. You have 100. Oh man. Alright, update Botcoin. Or update users. Update users, set Botcoin equal to 10,000 where name equals antimatter tape. There. Yeah, there you go. You're rich now. By the way, what are you buying that you actually need that? Let's find out what you're buying. Yeah, you think I wouldn't do this? Huh? 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 So here's what antimatter tape owns. 6 lasers, 4 missiles, 10 artillery. You know, you could have just sold off some of your duplicates here. 2 cloaking, 3 melee, a whole bunch of cosmetic items. I'm buying all of the missiles. Okay, well, that explains that. Are you really buying just missiles? No, you're not. Wait, right? 4 missiles. Where do missiles come from? Oh yeah, here we go. 2, 4. Yeah. I had no idea what this store, how it worked. What? Antimatter tape? So you just click store, and then you can just click the plus button on any of these things. And there's cosmetics over here too. I think that's what you're talking about. And there, that's it. Then you just own the item from then on out. Let's see if you figured that out. Yes, you clearly have, because you now own every item in the game, probably. Yeah. Nice. Here's your crazy inventory now. Okay, let's go back up to here. So that's done, that's done, that's done. And that should only be for bots. So let's try this out. We click that, there's a delete button. We click this, there's no delete button. Perfect. I ran out of money again? Well, too bad. Sell some of your ridiculous amount of artillery. I'm not a bank. Alright, nice. Script name, no script assigned. I don't think I like that. Yeah, because what if you name your script no script assigned? I don't care. Doesn't matter. Okay, yeah, looking pretty good. Styling is still wrong, but whatever. We can fix that. So what's missing from here? It should show the life value of the bot if you don't own it, but not bot name, script name, or any of the buttons. Yeah, so name is currently showing up. I guess we just get rid of name if it's not your bot. Render, yeah, bot name, I suppose. So if it's not a bot, actually it's just if it's not your bot. Cool, cool, done. Okay, so now we won't show enemy bot names to you. Like I said, I don't even know if we have them. We might, and I don't really care if we do or not because I don't think they're important. So yeah, it looks pretty good. So you can click these, you can see the important information about them, their hardware, their life. You cannot see their name or any details about their script. And I know for sure you don't have any details about their script. So that's done. Make sure we only show a remove button if you have a deployed bot. Yep, make it draggable. Make sure selecting different blueprints updates the blueprint info panel. Yeah, does it? Wait, it doesn't work that way though. No, it doesn't work that way. Yeah, we'll have to test that out. I think that'll work. But let's check in what I have so far. Come on. Nice. Okay, so remove entity and update placement stats. This is only called from what, 2 places right now? Yeah, we just got rid of this entirely. So now clicking will no longer place a bot. I'm going to leave that commented out and not just delete it. Is there any other place where we remove a bot? Well, let's look for update placement stats. That's here. Placebot does it. Yeah, that's it. Could you check my previous legitimate question, last mention? I'm pretty interested by the answer. Last mention. Oh, talking about that, Adam. I've always wondered, what's the idea behind allowing duplicates in the inventory? I never understood, or I may be missing a feature. Isn't one of everything enough? So, there are 2 kinds of items in the game. Functional, e.g. lasers, missiles, and cosmetics, e.g. wasp head, Quetzal, torso. There is no reason to own multiple functional items yet. The fact that you can now is a vestige of the old design. There is a reason to own multiple cosmetics though. You can only assign, well, you will only be able to assign cosmetics to blueprints as long as you have enough copies. Examples. If you want one blueprint with the full wasp set, then that's fine as long as you own it. So example, suppose you have 1 wasp head, 1 wasp torso, and 1 wasp foot. If you want one blueprint with a full wasp set, then that's fine. You can deploy as many bots from this blueprint as you want, meaning your whole team can look like wasps, but they'll all have the same hardware and script. If you want multiple blueprints with a full wasp set, then too bad, go buy more. That's pretty much how it works. And the go buy more isn't necessarily go buy more. It could be just find more. But I think this is going to lead to some more interesting looks for bots. So this at least explains this. I'm going to just paste this. That's why I was typing it out in case someone didn't get to hear that full explanation. So it's not done yet though. But once it is done, like I said, when you buy these items, do I even have these? Yeah. So by putting geode head on here, if it exists on another bot, that would not be possible. So all of a sudden the quantity is going to matter. So I could do something like this if I want, and then there, that's it. That's like my blacksmith blueprint. And I can deploy as many of these bots as I want. So I could say, hey, how do I get rid of this? I want 2 of these. Cool, that's totally fine. But if I want to edit this blueprint all of a sudden to have those same things, this would not be allowed. In fact, I don't even think you'd be allowed to drag these things on there. I'm not sure how the UI is going to look for that exactly. But yeah, that's the plan. Oh, the yet part there is that there will eventually be a tech tree in the game. And I think I wrote that here. Yeah, you unlock hardware by researching it. Researching takes time and Botcoin and abides by a tech tree. And yeah, I wrote this here. There's no reason to have duplicates of hardware. And as always, anyone who's curious by the design document, it's right here. I just linked it in the chat. Anyone who wants to play the game today, totally, you can. Sign up for an account or go to play.bot.land and don't read any of the information I wrote. So we are in the process of checking this in. Yeah, that's fine. So unplace bot by ID. This can't be here. Ugh. Yeah, that's fine. Get a low dash. Set selected blueprint for info panel. Yep. This changed a lot. So now we're rendering the right information basically. That's what this whole commit was about. On select icon, that's fine. It's already selected, open the info panel on it. Yeah, so double clicking now gets that to work. This should be backspace. Cool. That I need to go comment. If defined, this means you selected a bot in order to launch the blueprint info panel. Its ID is saved so that we can later delete it from the UI without wiping out the entire blueprint. Okay, so that's working correctly now. That's fine. That is fine. I guess we get rid of the background color. That close button's got to get moved anyway. Okay, so update blueprint info panel. So one is that I'm now showing details / buttons only when relevant. For example, you will see a, wait, does it say delete on that button? It does, doesn't it? Delete. It's not delete, it's remove. Or like unplace or something like that. Because delete is just going to remove that bot from the arena. I shouldn't call it delete. But that's a very minor change. Instead of writing delete here, we just say remove. Remove bot. Isn't Git superior to SVN? I think it's just a matter of preference. How often do you push the updates to AWS? Yeah, what Hideo said is pretty much true. It's supposed to be about once a day. But it's not, that didn't happen today. Are you aware that when you're in the blueprint editor and you scroll down to util, the icon for util won't change? Yeah, dig it. The reason that happens is because there isn't enough. Okay, so check this out. Like we have the same thing here, right? Head, torso, and then foot. Actually, that doesn't even seem to work. What happened there? Wait, did this whole thing just break? No. When did this stop working? Yeah, this isn't scrolling at all. What about this one? Oh man. Okay, that works. Yeah, so the reason why util is not highlighted in orange here is because there's enough things in defense still showing. If you have nothing in defense showing, then it will highlight util in orange. And I don't think that's really worth fixing. Is Mercurial relevant anymore? Yeah, probably. Hey, Blu-ray King. So wait a second, Andon, you said works for you? This button doesn't seem to do anything for me. Oh man, I don't know if this just broke for me or what. Does it work on play.bot.land? Let's take a look. Oh wait, I want to see this replay. There's a new replay. Andon beat me? Andon did beat me. Good job, Andon. Okay, now let's go look at the thing I wanted to look at. This doesn't work over here for me either. I wonder why that happened. But it does work over here, right? Yeah, clicking these is fine and smooth. Yeah, so the cosmetics thing is just broken. I'll just write that down as a bug. So, dig it. I probably won't fix the thing you mentioned because I don't think that's a big issue, but I will fix the thing I just found as a result of testing that out. So, bug clicking head, torso, or foot in the scroll spy on the cosmetics inventory doesn't work anymore. Not sure why. Also, does it work in the store? Did I test that? And that's fine. Yeah, it just doesn't work. Oh, wait. Oh, there it goes. So it works in the store. What if we shrink the page a whole lot? Yeah, so it works in the store. It just doesn't work in the inventory. That might be a... Who knows, actually. Well, marked it down. So make it draggable. This... Oh, I never even checked in yet. Oh my god, what is wrong with me? So I'm now showing details and buttons only when relevant. For example, you'll see a remove bot. Oh, that's why I stopped typing this. Context switching, guys. So it was because it said delete before, and I wanted it to say remove bot. Does that work? Remove bot, yes. So I click that, and it still functions. Okay, great. So you will now see a remove bot button when you've selected a bot that you own. And also clicking a blueprint icon that is already selected in the blueprint selector will show the blueprint info panel for that blueprint. So that last thing is when you click these, it just lets you select which one you're going to place. And so to make this obvious, let's just put the blacksmith head on this. So cool. So now that I know which one is selected, oh darn it. There, okay, so now that I have one selected, I can click and I'll place that bot. But if I click it again, I'll find out what this bot does. Also, if I click the bot that's in the arena, I will also find out what it does, but now I'll have a remove bot button. Clicking that can get rid of it. So now I can place bots, I can remove them this way, or I could remove them by dragging them off of the arena. I think dragging them off of the arena is just as tedious as clicking this. So I don't like either of those methods necessarily. Nice, I'm glad I made the command for that. Okay, and that's pretty much it, right? Yeah, you can now remove a bot. That's fine. This was where a lot of changes were. Yeah, cool. Okay, so let's commit that. Mine should be removed when the round is over. The mine's now removed when I start the next round. Mines actually shouldn't be removed when the round is over. It's a bug that they get removed at the start of the next round. So the reason for that, by the way, is because if attackers, actually if anyone uses landmines, I think having them stay around is what you'd want to have happen. And also I took a vote on this a while ago. I think you guys voted for the same thing. A Final Flare says you could have a way of mass selecting. Yeah, I think it needs to be tested more, because when you're at the highest level of a computer, you can only have 18 bots anyway, and at that point mass selection might be nice, but when you only have like 4 bots you can place, so for example here it says you can only place up to 2. When I can only place 2 of these, it's not so bad having to like remove them this way. And remember, this needs to be conducive for tablet controls as well, which is part of the reason why you can just drag them off of the arena. It needs to be more indication that they'll be deleted though. You should also be able to remove a bot by selecting and pressing delete. Yeah, I agree with that. Oh, and did I miss something here? Hang on, let's see. Oh, it's for the whole channel. Yeah, I think it's just a preference thing. I would probably say just get started with Git to begin with, because it's so popular. So you'll find a lot more support for anything you're trying to do. Hang on a sec. Okay, so I'm just going to do the draggable thing. I don't know how hard this is going to be. So let's see. It needs to follow the mouse when you drag. It needs to have something similar to anything else that's draggable in the game, really. So something like this, for example. Which, by the way, it's kind of nice that that works. God, that's an annoying bug. I also have no battle logs. Has no one played against me? I created my account like 1.5 weeks ago. No, I deleted the whole battle log. I think on actually yesterday. Yeah, I deleted it yesterday. I'm pretty sure. So it's probably that just no one attacked you in the last day. Maybe holding control click to select multiple to delete. Yeah, I guess it'd be pretty pointless if you only have like 4 bots. Oh yeah, yeah. So Final Flare, I think there are a lot of quality of life improvements I can make, especially for computer users. I do want to sort of target tablet controls by default, and then later add things for computer users. Because originally, what I was doing is I wouldn't even have UI. You would start a match by just pressing the U key on your keyboard, and that was really bad because people were like, how do I do this? How do I know that I can do it?" So yeah, I will get to that point. Ooh, that didn't work. When you delete the bot that's showing up there, oh yeah, that's a bug. Bug. If you select one of your bots in the arena to show the info panel, then you drag the bot off of the arena to delete it, nothing will hide the info panel. Well, at least it didn't crash the game. That was a bug, but it's just a visual bug. So the draggable part, let's see. So we have blueprint selector icon is draggable. How did we do that? With a whole bunch of stupid drag listeners. I love coding. Alright, so I think we just really need to do this, and we need to limit it to dragging is constrained. No, that's not it. Resizing, we don't want that either. Yeah, we pretty much just want dragging, but we want to constrain it to a certain area. Restriction parent? Oh. Huh. This didn't even function that way though, did it? Demo only. Nope. I don't even know what's going on here. Some weird bug happening. Yeah, let's look at the documentation. Because it looks like there's the restriction, but it doesn't look like it's doing anything. Drags, resizes, and gestures can be restricted to a certain area. By default, restricting is relative to the pointer coordinates. A rect object, an element whose dimensions will be used as the restriction area. Yeah, but it's specified here, and it doesn't look like it's doing anything. It says restrict to parent. I don't think it's restricted to anything. I can drag this off into the middle of nowhere here. That probably shouldn't be possible, right? Oh, it snaps back though? Oh, I see. You try dragging it outside and it snaps. Oh. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, well. How many frameworks and libraries are there already? I mean, a lot. That's just Node.js development in a nutshell. But the major ones, there aren't too many of them. Going back from the store with news to get to the what I call the home screen took me a while to figure out. Yeah, and in the old UI, okay, so I agree that it's not good right now. The only thing I can tell you that might help you commiserate with my plight right now is to show you. I don't even have it anymore. Never mind. Well, anyway, in the old UI, it made sense that way. I don't have the mock-ups anymore, but there were buttons at the upper left and upper right of each page so that you can go back and forth between all the different pages. If you want to know how many libraries and everything that there are, you can take a look at something like this. So here are all the dependencies I have listed out. Anything with Botland at the beginning is something I wrote, and everything else is something that I'm using. But a lot of these are like all of these are for React, and so are these actually too. So there's like 11 React plugins, and then 2 for Redux. Recompose is very likely for React as well. So there really aren't that many libraries, I feel, not for the client at least. For the account server and game server, there are even fewer because it mostly just has to use Botland code and not a whole bunch of other garbage. So making this draggable should not really be that tough. Yeah, states draggable on move drag move listener, and that'll connect that. Okay. Yeah, so let's try to put everything that is over here over to, so this is in component did mount. Interact is needed. Cool. Okay, so we have drag move, drag end. Manual start can be false. I don't think we need that. Don't need manual start, since this is always draggable. Now we do need a ref here for draggable, and that should be this outer div. Ref equals draggable. I don't know why I use double quotes there, since I never use those anywhere else in the project. How does the life variable work? It's 0 to 2000. I'm going to be changing that around eventually. But yeah, if you edit your bot and you look in the UI at life, this goes from 0 to 2000. So if you want to compare, am I at less than the max life, then you could do something like this. There. I know that's not great. I think I'm going to add in something like life percent. That's always from 0 to 100. But yeah. And yeah, Endure in 2000 is the full life value. Default bot max life. Okay, let's go back to this. Okay, so drag move listener is probably going to be exactly the same. Target. What is target though? Drag. This doesn't matter. Just event.target, yeah. Okay, so that's drag move. What about drag end? We don't actually care about drag end, do we? Bilbo of drag end. On end, text element, move date distance. Yeah, we don't care about that. And what's this? Dot on move. No, this isn't needed either. That should be it. This should have actually been really, really basic. I was expecting this to be pretty difficult. I'll need to restrict it to the parent element, of course, but let's try this out. And let's also fix this. Client main, except for we type it correctly. And then something about the account server. This. So we just put this right back here, get rid of this folder, close out of that, and then refresh. If health equals 0, health equals 2000. Hey, sick. Yeah, you can't do that. All right, so we just need this panel, and it should be drag. Whoa, that's easy. That is super easy. It just doesn't remember where it was stored. So that should probably be done. Also, what happens if there are buttons on that page? Can I drag from that button? Ooh, that's, I don't know about that. Although it's probably not going to happen too frequently. But I'm dragging by edit right now, so when I let go, it's going to edit the bot. Yeah. Thanks, Motorfama, but I didn't write it. I had a lawyer write that. And either way, that's going to be changing. Life should go from 0 to 255. Did you remember to put back the code snippet you took out before committing? Something with select, if I remember correctly. Excuse me. Yeah, I think so. But if I didn't, hopefully I can find it again. I do look through my commits before I check it in. So, in case you're curious about that, Jacko, if you try setting life to 2000, it's going to tell you you can't do that. You cannot assign to a built-in variable. But even if you could, this is just copied off at the beginning of a... So it's like run code for bot. Looks like this. Like bot object.life equals, I don't know, copy your life value here. So if you manage to set life, you would just be updating your local copy of it. And you can't do it anyway. So there's no way to just immediately heal. If you want to update your life like that, then just call repair. And you'll repair yourself. Okay, so we made it draggable. We have to restrict it to... I'm not actually sure where. End only. What does that mean? Oh, I see. That's actually really cool. If inertia is enabled, then end only is set to true. Element rect. Okay, let's just copy paste this and see how this looks. And this needs to go into the draggable properties. So we're going to just put this in... Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. There. So let's try that out. Let me get rid of these double quotes. Well, that doesn't really matter. And then we'll refresh the page, and we'll see how that lets us drag this now. Nice. Yeah, so it's limited to the area of the screen. I think that's fine. I don't know about this end only bit. How do I check if a variable is set? To do that, you use exists. So you'll say if, and then under if you'll find exists, and then you can just pick whatever variable you want. And actually, do you have any other way of doing that? No, I guess that's it. So yeah, if you want to see if life exists, rename this to life. If exists life, that life is guaranteed to exist. This is getting deep. But actually all of the built-in variables are going to exist except for these shared variables. So yeah, you could do something like if not exists shared A, then set shared A to 0. Something like that. All right, let's refresh. This should now limit us to only be able to drag this in the area. Yeah, nice. Okay. I think this is good, right? You can't drag it outside of the confines of the document. And if you have it, actually, how does this work with resizing? Yeah, that breaks it. That needs to change. So if you drag it outside of the document and you resize the document, then that panel can be in the middle of nowhere at that point. Yeah, we're gonna have to fix that. Bug. Put info panel all the way on the right side of the page. Then resize the page so that the info panel isn't showing. The info panel should be snapped back to where it belongs. The other thing is make Redux remember where you last dragged the panel. Won't that be fun? So how am I going to do this? When you resize the screen, we have a resize handler. I guess in-game can just handle it. This is almost pretty usable. It's not bad right now, but it keeps opening at the upper left, which I really don't like. So this should probably open... I don't know. Also, this needs to move. And we need to show this in such a way that this isn't clickable. It shouldn't be taking any touch events. Be cool if there's some transparency, if not focus, just like Kanemu. That's interesting. Probably be good to have transparency on this no matter what, actually, right? Almost pretty usable. Yeah, that was a strange way to say that. So let's see what opacity would look like on here. What did I just click? No. Opacity 0.8. Yeah, that's pretty good, right? Let's see if I like that. Let's see if you guys like that. So we'll just set an opacity on this of 0.8. Just get another library to deal with it. Or let's see here. Can you set Yeah, you can actually. That's probably better, right? Something along these lines. Although I want there to be the color that I had before, which I don't know what it is. Oops. No, no. Why can't I click things? How am I so bad at computers? All right, that is pretty good, right? Or is that still... No, that's not that great. I don't know. Can anyone fill me in a bit? Hi, Luigi. Yeah, this is a game called Botland. I will show you what it's all about. So, in the game, you have... Oh, wait. Why is that green? Strange. Anyway, in the game, you act as a defender and as an attacker, excuse me. So as a defender, let me show you kind of how this works. So you've got to protect your CPU, and you use bots to do so. So I can make a bot, let's say, out of artillery and cloaking. And I could put regeneration on the last slot. So here's my bot. I can also make it look different if I want. So cool. Give it some stuff. And then you can write a script if you want to. You don't have to. I'll show you how easy it is to write a script, though. I can say something like fire artillery and cloak, and that's it. So this bot will stand around, it'll cloak itself when it can, and it'll fire artillery when it can. So that's my script. I will make this, and I will put this bot down here, here, and here, and I will test out my defense. So they're cloaking, they're firing artillery when they can, they get overwhelmed by the amount of enemies that there were, and my CPU crumbles. And if you want to try it out, by the way, you can test it out right now. You will not be seeing this new UI that I just put in, so like you won't have this in the game. The UI that's online is actually much less usable than this. You can't click your own bots to see what they do, because clicking them unplaces them. But if you're attacking someone, you can click it to see what they do. And then you can place bots in response to them. So I see that this person has a bunch of lasers bots, so I'm going to put down reflect bots, and we're going to totally destroy them. Let's put down these reflect bots. So these have melee and reflect. So we'll put down a bunch of these, and I'll hit commence. And I just shred through their defense. That was too easy. So yeah, my rating went up 8 points. I'm now at a 1555 rating. I don't even know what that means. Let's go find out. So over here, we can sort by attack rank. I am number, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I am 6th in the game with my 1555 rating. And where do the defenders rank? Am I even on this? My defense isn't that bad. Man. MLG Gaming. Scripting the bot should be the main theme of the game. I mean, it pretty much is. If you don't want to write a script, you don't have to. But short of that, that's how you interact with the game. And like I said, if you don't want to write a script, if I don't want to code any of this, then check this out. I'll just delete my script. Now I have no script on this bot, and it'll still know how to cloak and attack. I'll hit the test button here. And yeah, it's moving over, it's attacking. So you don't have to write scripts if you don't want to. Make a nicer ranking site. Hey, dumbbats. Yeah, I never put any work into that. In fact, this isn't even a ranking site. It's just an API that you can call. So you can take this data and do whatever you want with it. Even something like prettify it so that it at least looks like this. And then yeah, if I want to tell you the rankings, I could do something like this and just say, yep, here they are from rank 1 to 100. You can tell who's who. So yeah, it's just data for you to manipulate. So dig it, when using React with Redux, do you install React Redux only? So I have React, I have Redux, and I have React Redux. Or at least I should. Yeah, so I have React Redux, and I have Redux. And the reason why is because React Redux is what gives you things like this, I'm pretty sure, which is map state to props. I'm not going to go into a lot of this right now, dig it. Did I share my notes with you already? Did I share my React/Redux notes with you already? think so. Okay. I was waiting for you to answer there. Bot.land/share with others/redux. And React. So these are just my notes. I just whispered them to you, although the URL's on my screen. You can just click it and go there. But these are my notes. They're not really, they weren't intended to be shared with people, but people asked for them, so I just put them online. I can't vouch for whether this information is correct or helpful in any way, but I wrote down some things. So if you want to check that out, then you can check it out now. And no problem. All right, so make Redux remember where you last dragged the panel. Let's go do that. So in-game reducer, what is this called? The blueprint info panel? I guess we'll just keep track of that here. Blueprint info panel X, we'll say is 0. Blueprint info panel Y is 0. Can you link me to the ranking site? I just joined the stream. Hey, Double T's. The ranking site is in the changes doc somewhere. It is, yeah, if you go down to the version 39, you'll find this debug API. There's one for defenders and one for attackers. So here it's ordered by defense skill, so that's the highest, second highest, third highest, fourth highest, and then attack skill. Now attack skill is first, second, third, fourth. It's just a git param in the URL. And thanks, Maytim. Yeah, and Doran. Okay, so we have these. Now we need to be able to set these. So we'll say set blueprint info panel chords, and we'll take this blueprint info panel chords XY, and finally, you guessed it, XY. So we have the means to set this, but I'm not actually setting it yet. Anytime you drag this panel around, that's when it's going to get set, which means we need to persist this data. I wonder. Yeah, I don't know if I like this. Because it's going to need to tell a parent class this dot props dot drag on drag XY. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. When can I try it? Oh, it's online right now. You can play it right now if you want. The URL is play.bot.land. I think it's pretty easy to remember. And the how to play doc just kind of covers very quickly. This is really the most important paragraph. Just read this sentence even. The game is not complete. You will find bugs. You will find things that are frustrating or that aren't explained. And there's a lot of just hidden knowledge in the game right now. So just keep that in mind, and I think you'll have an okay enough time. How are registered account details stored in the database? Yeah, password's encrypted, username or mail is random. Yep, what Endorn said is totally correct there. Hey, Flox. Gift Endorn. How did you fix the DNS issues? Oh, Motorfama, wouldn't you like to know that? This was a terrible mistake I made that day. So, did I ever detail that problem? Do I have a command for that or something? No, I don't know. I'll tell you the short story. So, the problem is that every once in a while, the Botland DNS would just get set back to 127.0.0.1, which is localhost. And so you try to go to gameserve.bot.land and it would point at your local machine, which is a huge problem. And I had no idea why this was happening, seemingly at random. Well, it turns out that I had a statement in my game server came online that said update DNS to whatever the host address is. What I meant to do is say if is on AWS, meaning I'm actually on Amazon, then update DNS. So this was running on my local machine, which is what updated it to localhost. How are passwords encrypted? PBKDF2, so password-based key derivation function 2. They're salted and then hashed 10,000 times. So in the end, here's what passwords look like in the database. Select password from users. Passwords look like this. And in case you're curious, this is the word password. I'm going to have to write a blog post or something on how I do this. But yeah, so I have no way of telling, or no easy way of telling, unless I go through like a brute force, kind of like generate a bunch of hashes of common words. I have no way of telling what your password is. But yeah, enough people have asked about this. Enough people have asked about this, where I should make a command or put a document online. Hey, Wraithy. All right. So when you drag this, that's when it's got to store it in Redux that you dragged it. So there's an onDrag function here. So onDrag equals this dot onDrag blueprint info panel dot bind this. So we put this right here, and we take in an X and a Y, and we say this dot bound in-game actions dot set coordinates to X, Y. So this should be saved. Let's go try it out. So I'm going to go into Redux. We're going to take a look at the state of in-game. Where's in-game? There. And then from here we're going to... Wait, why did that not work? And then from here we're going to look at these coordinates, which are just off screen for you guys. All right, I guess I can just resize this and then scroll down. Yeah, so 0, 0. See that right there? Now when I drag this panel around, those should change. Yes, but this is going to spam the log with a whole bunch of different set blueprint panel coordinates. I don't think I like that. But yeah, so those are getting updated. I wonder if we could just throttle this function. That's probably a good idea, because we don't need it to update constantly. Might as well throttle it. Lodash throttle creates a throttled function that invokes func at most once every wait milliseconds. There's also leading and trailing. Specify invoking on leading edge and trailing edge. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want that there. So we are going to call this... Actually, it only really needs to be specified. It only needs to be done on the leading and trailing. It doesn't need to be done any other time. But I don't think that really matters. We can throttle it here. I don't have Lodash. Which encryption protocols you use? Password-based key derivation function 2. Throttled set blueprint info panel coordinates equals throttle set selected. Okay, so we want to throttle that so that it only works once every second maybe. And then we want trailing to be set to true and leading to be set to true. Yeah. There. Then we call into this. Okay, let's try that out. Hi, Horn. Crazy. I'm not crazy. And Idan, thanks for following. Thanks to everyone who followed, by the way. I used to call out, like, oh, thanks to whoever just followed every single time that happened, but I don't think it's as sustainable anymore. Just like speaking English. All right, so when you click this, now we go take a look at how it didn't remember where I was. I gotta go find this again. In game, here. Wait, no, not there. Here. So these values should only change a few times. So if I hit the commit button right now, you'll see like 1, 2, 3, and then when I let go, it should be another one. Yeah, I think that worked. It should be 1 as soon as I start dragging. That's not true for some reason. Or wait, is it? No, it is true. Nice. Yeah, okay. So now that we've throttled this function, we're not going to get like a million updates in Redux. I think that's a pretty good thing. And I actually think I should write this down. Consider throttling any major functions that happen from Redux. For example, when dragging the blueprint info panel, I throttled the set coordinates call since it isn't super important that I have thousands of drag events. All right, so that's done. Now, bug, put the panel, wait, why do I even do this? Oh yeah. So when opening the info panel, start it at wherever you last dragged it to. So this is the problem right now. When you drag this around, you kind of expect it to be there when you close and then reopen it, but it starts at the upper left every single time. So we need to update that. How will I do that? I need to modify the render function of the blueprint info panel. I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah, I'm not sure the best way to do this. All right, thanks, Endor. Trying to change your lights. Did it not work, Luigi? It looks like it worked. Yeah, it worked. There's just a huge delay on Twitch, that's all. So the last thing you did was set color loop on. That's going to stay for 5 minutes or until somebody else starts changing the lights. Didn't annotate 10K times. You're right, Wraithy. What does mail as random mean? I was gonna update that myself later because I didn't want to stomp all over Endoran's work there. But when you go to play.bot.land and you click to register for an account, eventually you'll type in your email address. But for right now, your email address is just random. It's not ever used, so it can just be a made up email address. So I just come up with a random number between 1 and 10, and then that's it. That's your email address. Now, eventually, you will have valid email addresses here because we will be emailing you. And that way, when you say something like, hey, I forgot my password, it'll tell you, like, you need to type in your email address. Then sure, I'll tell you what your password is. Well, not tell you what your password is, excuse me, but send you a link to reset it. Okay, so I think that the way to do this would be to set coordinates in the render function, but then trying to drag would override that and keep calling render. I could get around that by keeping track of whether I'm dragging in Redux and only use the coordinates. So eventually I'll get the email right if I just keep registering? What? If you keep registering, you'll get the email right? I think if you're saying you could eventually run into duplicates, like, yes, that's possible. It's also incredibly unlikely because this is some number that looks like this. And so the odds of generating this twice are pretty low. And if it happens, then fine, you just click register again and you register for a new account. There are only, I think, like 200 accounts in the database right now. In fact, we could find out. We could find out if this SSH session hadn't closed. Can I close this without? No, I can't. Alright, hang on a second. There. Select ID from users, order by ID. So yeah, we have 186 accounts in the database so far. Emerald Crows. Oh, I see what you were saying. Oh yeah, yeah, that would be possible. Yeah, so I want to fix this stuff. I just don't want to do it right now. I think I need to get some food. So you guys always have access to streamer time. I can just tell you what it is for me right now. It is 12:42, and that is past lunchtime. So I'm gonna go get some food. I'll be back, and I'll be coding for another probably like 3.5 hours or so. So not, no, yeah, that's long enough to get the rest of this stuff done, I hope. So yeah, I will see you guys after lunch. Thank you for watching so far. Adam, I'm cooking but heard you talking about that. You could maybe use or get inspired by something like Redux throttle actions, middleware approach to throttling in Redux. Oh, interesting. Thanks. Any row limits for bot codes? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Kai Tai, but I'll have to answer it later when I get back from lunch. Oh yeah, there's a 5,000 character limit on JavaScript that you can type in, which should be enough to do whatever code you have to do. Oh, actually, you know what? No, we're not going to set this to 45 minutes. I'll set it to 40 minutes. I don't know if I'll be gone for even that long, but I don't think it'll be 45 minutes. All right. Thanks again for watching so far, guys. I'll see you after lunch. Like I said, the stream will still carry on for like more than 3 hours afterward. Oh, I missed a lot of chat. Because I'm nice about rankings. Oh. Okay, let's see. So here's chat. Give Digite 2. 5,000 lines of spaghetti. It's 5,000 characters, by the way. And Moo Curls, I know. I know. I don't even know if you're here right now. Apparently you are. That's good. And good call, by the way, Hideo. Give you a point for that. Neat. Definitely neat. What? Who is this? Huh. I don't know what that means. I mean, I don't know what this sentiment is. I know what it literally means, but we can go to attack or defense. As I scroll down, there are more and more features to look at. He's a Twitch streamer? Okay. Yeah, but still, what does it mean that I'm the new that person? Oh, and I don't think it'll overload my server, although, I mean, if there were like tons of people playing the game, I'd probably be like, you shouldn't do this, but then again, then it's on me to do things better. Hey, Thomas Darby. So I'm still scrolling through chat that I missed while I was at lunch, so it'll take me some time. Also, apparently my total view count right now is 107, 107. Interesting. You should stream app development for a to-do app. Once he stopped, I found you. Okay. Well, I guess thanks to him for stopping. Adam having lunch was not in my schedule. And yeah, I'm in the US. My candle burned out. I don't think anyone's ever said that in chat before. Okay, and hey, Bug Commander. Alright, so that's everything. Cool. 107, 571. Hey, we're for you. Oh, well, for me, it's showing 107, 107. Alright, so where we left off was I need to have this panel start wherever you last dragged it to. And I think that after the component mounts, I can do this maybe? I'm just not sure. Let's look at React.js lifecycle events. Yeah, the dashboard doesn't update very frequently apparently because yeah, it shows me as being like 500 views behind what you guys see. Also, I swear something is wrong with this camera. Let me take a look at something really fast. No, that's apparently correct. Okay, is it just the camera itself? Like, did my monitor get closer to my face or something? Let me just move this back here. Now my monitor seems so far away. No, I'm not going to do this. Yeah, whatever. All right. So component did mount is invoked immediately after component is mounted. Initialization that requires DOM node should go here. Yeah. So let's try that out. There's add drag listeners here. This, darn it, this isn't gonna work. You already read that page like a year ago? Yeah, I read it all the time. I don't think this is gonna work. So I go into the game. The component mounts as soon as I click something. And then it should unmount and then remount. Yeah, that means that I'd have multiple drag handlers here, right? Yeah, no, this is totally, this is bad. This is really bad. Hey again, Bearsoft. I need to, yeah, component will unmount. There needs to be a this.interactable that I get rid of. Ooh, okay, cool. So now that that's done, how about we get the draggable object and we set, so this.refs.draggable debugger. Also, do I have, if I set this to JavaScript and I type deb is for debugger. Okay, so let's try this out. We click this. Now, this.refs.draggable is the div. I should be able to just set its X, right? No, I need to set its transform, which I already do right over here. Let's set attribute to translate the element. So set coordinates of panel X, Y. Okay. So we should just be able to set this ourselves. So every time the component mounts, yeah, we should just be able to say this dot set coordinates of panel. Now this target.style, that's wrong. The event target should always be they're draggable. Yeah. So let's do the same thing up here now. Set coordinates of panel. This means it needs to be passed in, which means we're going to get a render update every single time. I say this dot props dot panel X, this dot props dot panel Y. And then in game we need to pass that. Wouldn't it be wise when mounted to cache/hide and reuse the cached instance when needed? I'm not sure actually what's best there. I've been just deleting things because I don't know how costly it is to remake this interact instance. Also, that would avoid the coordinates issue. Yeah, but I'm not sure. Are you saying reuse the div? Because it will render a new div, right? I guess I don't understand how exactly I could even do that code. Panel X equals this dot props dot in-game state dot. Okay, let's try that out. So we click this, we drag it, we X out of it, we click it again. Hey, it worked. Ooh, it worked. I did it. That's really good. I don't like this transparency. So let's fix the transparency on this. Opacity is currently set to 0.8, I believe, and I don't like that. So we set it to like 0.9. No opacity here looks good. Or no transparency, I should say, looks good. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. Where's the background color that I have right now? Yeah, this. What if we just tone this down a bit? Like, this looks bad now, right? What if I said this at 0.8 here? That's not as bad, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, let's get rid of the opacity here and just set the alpha here to 0.8. I meant the component in the state have a hidden property. When hidden, rendered, return null, otherwise it'll re-render, but the component itself is only created one time and have one event handler created once. But, well, okay, so from what it sounds like, yeah, that would work. I don't know if it even takes a very long time that when we create this to just add an event listener to it. And also, what happened to my transparency? I set an RGBA on this thing. Apparently I did not. No, I did. Oh, RGB, whoops. There we go. Okay, there. So yeah, you can drag this around wherever you want. So now this works. The bug is when you drag over here and then resize the window back. That should set this correctly. You did, it's an 8-digit hex. I didn't do it the right way though. I don't know how that ended up being 8 digits because I said RGB here. But anyway, yeah, Free Technic, it's working now at least. Okay, so for me to really know this, I would need to also save the width and height here. Re-rendering is not creating a whole component is more. Adding a handler each time is even more. That could be me and my way of doing things. No, I think that's fair. I don't think this is that heavy, this blueprint info panel. On mount, it's going to add some listeners and yeah, re-render, of course. We can get rid of this. Chrome reformats colors in the inspector. Yeah, I'm not sure what happens when you say RGB and then you specify 4 bytes though. Okay, so this part's done. So I guess in order for this to work correctly, we would need to know the width and height. I can't think of how else it would work. So let's go plumb that through the whole code base. So I need to track width and height for this to work. So actions in game, set blueprint info panel rect x, y, width, height. So actually before I do this, let's just update this. There. Oh, nice. Interesting, Free Technic. So then this should be changed as well, so that it is set panel rect, and then here it should be changed. Does width change to height? Yeah, it does. Okay. Okay, so then we just had to save these things off too. Width, height. And where does this get saved? I don't actually know First of all, this is named incorrectly. On drag blueprint info panel. So that's coming from here. On drag XY. We need to get the width and height too. I'm not sure where we'll get that from. Maybe target.client. I don't know. We'll just put a debugger here. Figure it out. Although I think something else might be broken here too. Yeah, in-game is failing. In-game is failing because who knows why. This does. I'm missing. Wait, what? Oh, commas here. Sorry. Hey, Micah. Okay, so all we need to do is take a look at what we've got here. Target that dot inner width. Do we have width? How did we get this? Client width and client height. Sounds good. Client width and client height. Okay. So this should always store 500, 500 in here. I don't expect that's going to be too difficult. Although, actually that's not true. Let's take a look at Redux. The in-game reducer has blueprint panel X and Y. Oh man. Fine. Okay. So let's see now. So this sets the width and height. Otherwise, width and height is actually not set to anything. So that's 500, 500. This is also still somehow 500 by 500. Oh, I see. It just lays out. Yeah, it is. That's correct. Okay, cool. Yep. So if we put this off screen, then we should be able to drag it back onto the screen. Where should that happen? Put info panel all the way on the right side of the screen, then resize. Yeah, resize happens in-game. Okay, so if start set restrict blueprint info panel to visible area. Hey, Luculus. All right, so x equals this.props.ingame state dot. Yeah, it's really just these four things. X, Y, width, height. And we need to know what the width and height are. I mean, I guess that's what's passed in, well, here. So if x is less than 0, I don't even know how that'd be possible. Oh wait, we don't just need to update these. We need to set the final coordinates. So we need to know if this is out of bounds, and then we need to update it correctly. And that needs to be I'm not sure how this would work actually. What is this? antimatter tape. Yeah, I'm not sure how I'm gonna do this because on resize we can't adjust the position of this thing. Blueprint info panel. We need to modify it in render, or we need to manually move that element, which I think is a bad idea. Maybe on render in here we can do this? I'm not sure where I should perform this check. If I do it from in-game, then I can trigger it on the resize handler. If I do it from blueprint info panel, then I need an extra handler there. Although you can't be dragging it and resizing the window, right? Let's test something out. Because I think adding in, oh yeah, I'm gonna try this. Go to containers here, put this over here. So we have the resize handler, bound resize handler. I don't know how I feel about this. So then we need the resize handler. And this gives us, we don't need to be told about this. Oh, yes we do. Oh man, all these things should trigger re-renders. Yeah, okay, fine. Let's just do things this way then. We'll say in here, oh, I would need to be told about this, right? Oh God. What's the current issue? So in Redux, I have the width, the X, Y, width, and height of the inspector. So if the inspector is ever off screen, I want to bring it back on screen. The only way for it to be off screen is for the user to have resized the window. So I'd like to trigger that there, but I can't move the element without hacky code if I do that. I'm just not sure the best way to do this in React. He used inspector. I'm just trying to speak your language. So, how can it be off screen without resizing? It can't. That's why I said the only way for it to be off screen is if the user resized the window. Because I was thinking, okay, so solution number one could be in the parent class, which has a resize handler, directly get the div to move and move it. I think this is a violation of state though, because the parent shouldn't control where the child renders. So solution number two is in the inspector's render function, always draw at whatever X and Y coordinates are passed to us. I feel like this is the React way of doing things. The problem is that I update the X and Y whenever I drag the window. Oh, see you, Tom Starving. I want to trigger infinite loop. You should also sleep soon and doing. Everyone's looking out for each other. And I think solution number 3 is in the inspector's component did update. Check to see if we're out of bounds of the window. Yeah, so I'm not sure what's best here. I think it's probably method number 2. Hideo, what do you think about this? What was the lib you were using for hashing passwords? It is this. And using it, by the way, is pretty simple. You just call it with a password and then .hash. Pretty much done. So yeah. I assume Hideo's typing right now. But anyway, I'm going to paste this. That way it's not just sitting on my screen. And I can just delete it. So if I were to do things the React way, then in Blueprint Info Panel, what I would do is I would pass in the X and Y for this to render at, which I have a feeling right now is just totally ignored. No, it's not totally ignored. In your resize handler, use a redux action to make the correct change on the inspector visible. That would still be pure, and when the store is updated with a proper should component update render if the inspector is visible. I see what you're saying. Yeah, well, the X and Y coordinates get updated all over the place, but I see what you're saying, and I don't know if it's really should component update in that case, because that can only return true or false, right? Yeah, I think it's component did update, and if we see that this thing was triggered, okay, so Hideo, is this not violating kind of the React paradigm of doing things? Because it sounds like this solution is a way to trigger a one-time change in a UI. But that sounds a little hacky to me. So for example, you could say something like, I don't know, suppose you want to flash a UI blue. You could dispatch a type flash color blue. And then you're saying that in function component did update prev props, you would check to see if prev props dot flash color is not equal to this dot props dot flash color. Trigger a function call here. Something like that. That sounds hacky to me. Or no, I don't know. Maybe what you're suggesting is actually kind of like this. Always draw out X and Y coordinates that are passed in and have something else control where they are. I'm not sure. Also, I don't know if this bug is even really worth the time. It's like a user click event. You dispatch an action. For me, resizing the window is a user action. I can use an action. Also, why after resizing the window does this thing start acting weird? You know, the other thing I could do is if this ever gets out of bounds of the window, I could just close it. Alright, see you, Endurin. Yeah, I should be online on Friday. I think tomorrow is going to be another no stream day. I mean, as usual. It's not like that's extraordinary. But I do want to work on one special thing tomorrow so that on Friday you guys are hopefully like, oh, nice. He finally did that. It's actually, for me, totally the Redux way to go in this case if you want to respect the flux pattern. Yeah, resize events are currently not dispatched through Redux for me. Okay, I think I see what you're saying. So I don't have resize events in Redux at all right now. If I did, then I could check in component did update to see if something resized. Okay, so we could try that. What's the oh nice part? I don't remember. I think trying to think back to what past Adam from 20 seconds ago was thinking, it was probably that you were just told you should go to bed too, and now you're going to bed. But I don't recall. I'm sorry. My mind is just wandering, apparently. I'm trying to figure out the best solution for this thing. Hey, T-Blot. I suggested should component update because the X and Y could change, but if the overlay is hidden, you don't want to render it. But that was with me thinking you have one and only one instance of the component, never recreating it. Right, yeah. Okay. Oh, that Endurin. Yeah, no, I'm not going to tell you what it is. It's a surprise. Okay, let me try that out then, Hideo. Thanks for the advice. So we're going to go to component did update. That takes in previous props and previous state. We're going to check if preprops dot, let's see. So I guess the way we pass this in, no, I don't know. I don't know how this would work. Never mind. I guess if the window width changed, we'd have to pass that in every time. Like window width equals this dot props dot window size state dot width. I could pass this stuff in, and then window height, and then I could check to see if it changed. Then this just resized, so this dot handle resize, and then in handle resize we can check to see if we're off the screen. The panel width and height doesn't need to be passed in here. I could just get that information because it's already updated and it had already mounted, I think. Granted, we already have this stuff. This dot refs dot draggable dot client width. All right, so let's try that. So let's just do this. If x is greater than width, we'll just say this dot set coordinates of panel width minus x, y. There, let's just try that for now. So if the panel's beyond the window's width, then we'll set it back to the right side of the screen. And if that works, then I guess that's great. So we click this, we set this all the way over to here, we resize, and that did not work. It's gone. Okay, that didn't work. X minus, or width minus x. Ooh, whoops. I see what happened. I meant to say width minus w. Whoops. Okay, that was a tiny mistake. Let's rerun that. Okay, that still didn't work. It's still over there. Why are you over there? Come back. Oh, this isn't even getting hit. Handle resize. That's not good. Component did update is not getting hit either. Oh, because of this. Oh, God. What a silly thing. Okay, fine. So we need to extract whatever properties are needed here. Name, hardware, life are already done. I guess panel X, panel Y, window width, window height, base 64 image data, is bot, script name, and is your bot? There. That should fix this. I don't know where it went the first time though, because it looked like it disappeared that time. Alright, so we do this. Aha, that's getting hit. That's a good thing. So we put this over here and then we resize. And we can't find this anymore because it doesn't exist. I just named that wrong. Alright, well, this is not going so poorly. I just made a bunch of silly mistakes, which I don't mind fixing silly mistakes as long as it doesn't take me 5 minutes to find them. And this hasn't so far. So this is window width and this is window height. And there, that should be everything. Everything I need for this to work correctly. Is this correct? X is 1. What? 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 Okay, that was super weird. So we put this over here, we resize the window. That seems to have worked. How did that get set to 1 though? That time it didn't work. Oh, I clicked somewhere. Never mind. I see what happened. Nice. Kind of. Okay, so now we just need to fix the rest of this. Yeah, Final Flare is the story of every programmer's life, I think. There's no way to stop yourself from making mistakes, but you can prevent yourself from making silly mistakes more and more as you learn better, well, tricks and also just make use of tools. So for example, if I were using TypeScript, I would catch a certain class of silly mistakes that I tend to make right now, but I'm not using TypeScript. All right, so here we just need to set these things. So we'll say like let final chords equals x, or final x and final y. And we'll say that, actually we have util, right? We don't, but we can get util. So you say util.clamp clamp number is number min max. So number is going to be x. So the x coordinate cannot go less than 0, and it can't be greater than width minus W. No, that's not true. Well, maybe it is. I don't know. Is it? Width minus W is the window width minus the width of the panel. Yeah, let's try that. And let's just do the opposite of all this stuff for here. So Y, height, and W. And then we just say, if this changed at all, if X not equal to final X or Y not equal to final Y, then set final X, final Y. Oh yeah, T-Blot, that's the worst. And the end of your approach is basically not so far from the one I suggested. Mine would only avoid having to pass down the windows rect and would have handled the resize in another component, but in the end, basically the same work. Well, wait, so that's the thing. I want to still figure out how you would have done this. So if you did this, well, it sounds like if you were to trigger this based on a state change, that should component update would have to return true, which means handle resize would have to happen every time this renders. This way, this is only happening when there's actually the resize event. Although no, you wouldn't actually. I don't know. I guess this could be better. So let's see. As I resize the window, this should just automatically. Wait, what? Oh, that's actually really interesting. This is an unintended nice thing that I did, which is that as you make the window bigger, it remembers where it was supposed to be and keeps it there. That's pretty good. So if I put it all the way at the bottom right, and then I resize the window and everything, and then I put the window back to full size, what in the world is happening right now? Okay, maximizing the window does weird things. But yeah, the rest of this I think is fine. So cool. So now we get rid of that. We click it again. Cool. It's right where we left it. So if we're like, hey, we wanna place a bot there, then just move this, and then move a bot there. Oh, hey Hitch, it's going well. Also, no, Adam doesn't hide mistakes. Lesser programmers want to pretend they don't make mistakes. I'm glad you think of me as not a lesser programmer, Shrimpy. Okay. So that was done. We're done with that. We're done with that. Cool. Now this part, it should be located at a position sort of close to where you open it. I'm just going to cancel that for right now. So we should check this in. Good. And let's see. This takes a really, really long time. Oh, it's finding issues, that's why. Can you show me 10 seconds your set panel coordinates function and I'll make you a B paste? Yeah. So this is, let's just do it this way. There's that. And then the parent is here. Parent.js. And then finally, set coordinates of panel. So I gotta correct all of these things. This restrict, blah, 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 this is not needed anymore. Which actually means that we don't need to persist the width and height into Redux. We do still need panel X and panel Y. Oh, even then it's not really necessary. But panel width and panel height, that's never used. So we should be able to just get rid of this entirely. Yeah. And this is no longer called rect anymore, it's called chords again. Man. Sometimes. Alright. So let's update this. Set blueprint info panel chords. Cool. Replace that too. And there. That should be that. Okay, not bad. So now we just comment this. This is the x coordinate. Last x coordinate recorded for the blueprint info panel. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so let's run the linting again. Also, underscore is not defined. Do what? If util dot exists. It's actually kind of nice to use the same code everywhere. So let's put this up here. And then let's lint this. So expect a different indentation here. Yeah, that is totally weird. All right, we're finally in good shape. Let's check it in. Not that. That's fine. This is fine. So you can now drag the panel around. Also, is life there twice? It is. Huh. Yeah, looks good. Looks good. Got rid of the opacity. I don't know if I should check this change in. I don't know which looks better. Maybe you guys should just tell me what. Is it this one where the background is... Actually, let me just take pictures. Then you guys can just vote. So is it style 1 or is it style 2? We set this to full. And the opacity of this... No, where is it? Why is opacity not here? It should have been there and commented out. Okay, so this is style 1. Style 2 is this. Kind of like the lowered opacity. So I'm going to put this online. You guys can just vote for it. But this is... Oh, how do you do this? Never use the text tool here. Smooth. Can we get a background? Blending mode. What? Can I get an outline maybe? Yeah, it'd be nice to have an outline for this. I just want this text to be visible. And I don't know if any of these are going to help. Whatever. I don't think it really matters. XOR is actually probably pretty good. That way it's always the opposite of what the background is. Right? No, that's pretty bad. I don't know. The design is bad enough that it doesn't really matter. The design right now means. Yeah, that's true. Also, I think this looks a little bit silly to make everything opaque. So let's just leave it as it is. I'll get rid of this. No polls. There. Okay, so make the blueprint info panel draggable. The panel can be dragged around. The position is I'll just say kept in Redux so that it can be restored anytime you reopen the panel. Also, resizing the window forces the panel back into the visible area. Now, that last part is something that I should write down that's happening. So handle resize. This will ensure that the panel is inside the visible area of the window. Cool. We're in good shape. Good. So these things and possibly these things are what I'd like to get done. And we've got about 2 hours and 40 minutes to do them. So let's see how much of it we can get done. Make sure selecting different blueprints updates the blueprint info panel. It doesn't necessarily correspond to DeployBot. I'm not really sure what you want to have happen here, actually. If you have the panel open for this one and then you select a different one, do you expect this to get updated? I think the answer is yes. I'm pretty sure the answer is yes, but let me just write that down here. So if you have the blueprint info panel open for blueprint A and you switch to blueprint B, which blueprint should the panel display information for? A, B. So just to be clear here, if you think it should be, so check it out from the start. We're going to open up A, and then we're going to click B. So if you think this should have, let's make these bots look a little bit different. So we open up A, if we click B, do you think this should be reflecting what bot is currently there right now, or whatever it used to be? I'm pretty sure the answer is it should change. Yeah, B. I think it's B. I know there's only one vote, but I think I'm going to go with that. So let's see. When you, in the blueprint selector, select a blueprint, oops, that's not right, in-game.js, selected blueprint icon. Okay, if it's already selected, open the info panel on it. How about this? If the info panel is already open, then set its contents to the currently selected blueprint. So yeah, okay, it should probably change. My vote counter for something there. Oh man. So how do we know that this thing is even showing? Viewbot.isSelected is what's showing. It's still incredibly silly, but in-game state.viewbot.isSelected. So if it's showing, then just update this. Well, this is really an OR. So if the info panel is already open, then sets contents to currently selected blueprint. If it's not open, but we've already selected this blueprint before, and I guess then this changes to this, then we'll likewise, if it's not already open, but we'd already selected this blueprint before, and we're now selecting it again, count it as a double click and have it open. Okay. If it changes, I don't think it should be movable. Maybe a sidebar on the right that expands and collapses. I don't want to have another like expandable and collapsible thing. So let's see what this looks like. So I need to have two different bots first of all. Otherwise, this is going to just break down and not be very easy to tell what's going on. So we'll make that bot there, and I'll just hit. Oh, I need to actually commence the attack, huh? Okay, there, done. Whatever. Great. Okay, so now I go back into this, and I'm going to open the dialog for this bot, and I'm going to click the second bot. Yeah, and it updates here. If I click this bot, it updates that. So yeah, no matter what I have selected, it's going to show me information for that thing. And you can move this around and you can press the X. I think that's fine. I think that's what you'd expect to have happen there. Yeah. Is there a public link to the balsamic thing? No, there is not. Yeah, I think this is good. I think that's pretty much all I have to do there too. So let's see, when you press the 1 or 2 button, it should update those two. So that means that this should really be Redux's responsibility for doing this. Keycode.1. What does this eventually do? Set selected blueprint by index. So just by selecting a blueprint, it's going to get updated there. Huh, how do I want to do this then? If you have this open, yeah, then we call that, okay, yeah, we want to do this. If this part. If you have the blueprint info panel open, then select this blueprint. So we need this dot in-game actions. There. We just need in-game actions now. Okay, let's try that out. So now, when you have this open and you press 1 or 2, yeah, I guess that's correct. What? Yeah, that's probably fine. Huh, yeah. What do you think is the best way to go about making software? Would it be to polish everything while you're working on it, or just get all the basic functions, then go back and polish it up? I think the second way is the best way for individuals to work on their projects. And the reason why is because, and I'm just going to exaggerate here, but the like 90% of personal projects are probably just never completed. And if you don't have a complete project, then the amount of polish you did doesn't really matter. Because if it never sees the light of day, and granted, this all depends on what you're even aiming for a personal project. If you're learning let's say JavaScript, and you make half of Pong. That helped you learn JavaScript. It doesn't matter whether you completed it or not. Maybe your goal is to learn how to polish games and it's not necessarily to complete a project. But I think most people are working on a personal project to, at some point, have the project be complete. Otherwise, why would they start it? Or they'd scope it down differently. And if it never gets done, then it doesn't matter what amount of polish you did. So I'm certainly approaching this from the point of view of like, hey, let's get things good enough for right now. And let's work on some little bits of polish where it's very easy to do. But polish, almost by definition, is kind of diminishing returns. You can make something look better and better and better, and then you have to worry about performance and whatever else, and then test things that maybe you've done, and there's just a lot that goes into that. Or you could simply make a better view for people who can't finish their jobs. Good job, Digitate. Good job. I'm gonna put it in the game at some point. I just haven't yet. This is interesting. Top word, Adam. Hey Dave, I will just say this: there has been no talk of politics allowed in this channel, not for quite some time. I don't mind your congrats on the new president, but that's where it ends. Where do you get the data from? He gets it from that API that I opened up, the account server.bot.land/rankings. No, it's okay, Dave. Okay, so this is fine. And we can just check that in. This is not a particularly difficult thing to modify here, so I think this is fine. Wait, set selected bot bay for blueprints. Is this already being called? Oh, am I doing this twice now? All right, where is it? Okay. Yeah, I think I put this in the wrong spot then. Yeah, I think I did. I think I could have killed two birds with one stone here. If that has dispatch and it has a state, when we set that this thing is selected, we had the panel open. Yeah, that's what we should do. That's what we should do. We got to go fix this. So we put this function up here. We say this is bay ID. And then we get rid of it from here altogether. I think that'll work. Let's try that out. Mate him. I'll write this down. You know, I got an email. while I was on lunch. Let me show you guys. I gotta be very careful about how I paste this in so you guys don't see the whole thing. Hang on. I got this email. Null, are you singing along? Thanks, Microsoft Rewards. I find that funny. Unknown error state is not defined. Yeah, it was called get state. I screwed that up. Well, am I? Hey again, EJ. Alright, does this work? Only sort of. Only sort of. Out of interest, what webmail do you use? I will tell you one of them. I use Gmail. I mostly use Gmail. And what's my opinion regarding Web Summit? I don't know anything about it. So no opinion. Cool, this is working. This is working. Clicking these works. I wonder if clicking the arena should make that go away or not. I guess you don't technically have a bot selected, but that's not really a problem. And not selecting a bot can be different. I don't know, whatever. I'll just let you guys complain about this, and then I'll fix it based on your complaints. It's what any good software developer would do. Okay, I just don't like that button right there. We want to give this a background color of white. Maybe like a reddish. Now, background color looks pretty bad there. How do we make this stand out? Maybe we just change the color to red. I don't know. We're not going to worry about that right now. You want to unsubscribe for annoying emails from Bing? I don't know, T-Lot. Maybe they're not really coming from Bing for you. Currently working on this one. you really don't need to spend a whole lot of time on this because I'm eventually going to just put this in the game. So I like your other page. I think it's working pretty well. The transparent background circle needs to be filled in. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Unfortunately, this is just one character. Try border radius 50%, then set background color. It's a good idea, Lepko. I feel like I'm creating directories and then CDing into them right now. Every time I talk to you. Border radius 10px, background color white. That's kind of weird, right? What happened there? It is kind of weird. Border radius 10 didn't seem to do what I wanted it to do. Where's that extra? What's going on with the bottom of this border? Why is this so many pixels? Oh, it's offset, that's why. Oh. I don't really care about this. I'm not going to worry about this right now. Let's left go directory. Yeah, the attacker ranking problem. That's definitely it. Okay. I think I stopped caring about this. So I think we're good. So then this part is now implicit, which means since I only updated a comment here that we could probably just revert this whole comment, right? If it's already selected, open the info panel for it. Sounds good to me. Done. So now we just take a look at this. Uh-oh, something's going wrong. What? What's happening with my mouse? Uh-oh. I don't even have my mouse thing open over here. What? Logitech gaming software. Why did my mouse stop working? Ah, there we go. Now everything's back to normal. Okay. Cool. So update selected blueprint in blueprint info panel. When you have the blueprint info panel open and you select another blueprint, either by clicking or by pressing a numeric keyboard shortcut, you will now update the blueprint info panel details as well. Cool. Hi Vandal. Was that my stomach? I actually don't know because I don't remember what just happened. Possibly. Maybe you can answer my last if you know. I think Digite is busy. What language is running behind that? Is that in JS? I'm currently learning it. Didn't think it was possible to do dynamic things like how to use PHP. I don't know what he's running underneath, but you could use JavaScript to fetch any data and then just lay it out on the page if you want. Okay, so let's commit this. Next up, test deleting a blueprint from the info panel when you have deployed bots. This is actually not even possible. But fine, let's test it anyway. It's not possible. I think what I meant to do is this. What happens if you go into a game and you put down a bot, you look at its blueprint, you hit edit, and then you delete it from here. Cannot read property name of undefined. Yeah, that's a bug. Wait, what? No, that's a bug on like the account server or something. Oh, that's not good. Let's try that again. No, now I can't even click the button. Okay, fine. Fine. Oh yeah, blueprint info panel. So when I delete this, if that's, yeah, okay, I know what I have to do. When you have a bot deployed with a particular blueprint, then you edit the blueprint and delete it. The blueprint info panel will still try rendering information about the blueprint. Okay. So let's go figure out where deleting blueprints happens from. It happens in the edit blueprint footer. There's a delete button. There it is. And it calls on delete. On delete comes from right here, delete blueprint, which calls into delete blueprint. Makes sense. And that's in the workbench actions. So here's what we have to do. If we remove this from our UI, we're going to also have to, how do I do this? So if state dot in-game reducer dot viewbot dot game bot ID? No, blueprint ID? Then we have in-game actions dot set selected something something something. I don't know. What's it called? Set selected blueprint for info panel. I guess we can just say selected bot and arena false. So if this blueprint was selected in the blueprint info panel, then hide the panel entirely. That should fix this. Guessing you get this a lot. This looks and sounds cool, but I have no idea what's going on. I do get that a lot, actually, and I'm willing to explain what it is I'm working on at any given time. So a couple of things, just to kind of familiarize yourself with the stream. One, you always have access to the today command, which tells you in general what I'm working on. So if you already know what the project is, that's a pretty helpful way to just catch up for the day without necessarily even asking any questions. The project is an online strategy game called Botland, and it's based around automation. So you can actually write AI for your bots, and I'll show you that in just a second. I just want to test this out really fast. So if I connect and I do everything I just did here, so I make a bot and I hit edit and then delete, that shouldn't happen. This should be set to false. What did I do wrong? I don't know. The way I suggest it could be used without a reducer or multiple reducers. Haven't reread the code, so don't pseudocode. Paste never expires. Okay, cool. I will take a look at this after the stream. Thank you again, Hideo. Or maybe sooner than that. But yeah, let me try to figure this out first, and then I want to show Vandal the game. By the way, the game is also playable. Oh, I wrote that already. Yeah. There we go. So let's try this out. Click this, we click edit, we delete. And then this, what is going on here? This is 6, and this is 6. Okay. Oh, right. Oh my God, I can't believe I did this. I need to dispatch this, otherwise it's going nowhere. Okay, there, that should fix this. Problems should be solved, and then I can just show the game. Come on, you can do it, game. You can do it. Edit, delete. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so the game. I mentioned that you create bots, and I'll go through this kind of quickly because I've already kind of talked about this a few times today. So let's do something like this: Zapper and Melee and Thrusters. And I'm going to make a new script for these bots that zaps and attempts to use Melee and attempts to pursue enemies. Pursue enemy bot, otherwise just move around. So here's my bot. Tries to zap, tries to use melee, and then pursues enemies, and it moves randomly. So that is my zapper bot, and we will put this down here, and we are attacking this player who owns the CPU over here. And our goal is to beat that CPU. So there we go. This actually did not really work the way I wanted it to, because after killing them, they should go pursue the CPU. They're moving randomly, so if they ever actually manage to find this, then I'll win the game. Otherwise, it's going to be a huge waste of time. Oh, they're almost over there. Come on. But anyway, this shows you, like, the game is automated. At this point, if this were a non-automated game, you would just click the bot and you'd be like, go up there. That's what I wanted you to do. Oh, finally, there it goes. So yeah, I win. Wrong link. Oh, I will write that down. All right, but thank you, Hideo. And yeah, like I said, the game is playable right now. So if you want to try it out, be my guest. You will not see this UI online. This is what I'm working on now. It should be online the next day that I'm streaming, which is Friday. Oh, hey, check it out. Someone actually beat my defense. Wait, why are these not marked as new? Oh, I must have logged in and not looked at these. Because I don't remember FrostDB. I don't even know who FrostDB is. And they've customized bots and everything. Nice. Good job, whoever you are. my bots were destroyed. You know what I just thought of? I wonder if it's possible to make bots that are so tanky that they can't be killed, and then just make a wall of them. Oh, but that wouldn't matter, right? Because the enemy could realize that you're doing that and then just teleport over your wall and kill your CPU. Hey, Ricardo. Teleport. Frost has teleport bots on here. They don't actually teleport, though. He got rid of the teleport bot. Yeah. Well, thanks, Vandal. And yeah, programming is generally fun. There are times when it can get really, really frustrating. There's no win trading for you. That's too bad. Okay, so now deleting a blueprint is fine. And we should be able to delete it from anywhere. Let's try that out. What if you put the unkillable bots right next to your CPU? So the problem is that you need to put enough down where artillery couldn't hit the CPU. So check it out. If you were a player playing Botland and you're like, oh, I'm going to put unkillable bots down here and here and here. Whoa, this is XORing. I did not mean for that to happen. Okay, anyway, if you put, you can have a total of what, 18 bots at the highest level? So how many have I put down? 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. So you can wall off your CPU this much, but then the attackers could just put down bots anywhere else around here with either artillery or missiles and just shoot over the bots and kill your CPU. So you'd have to make a wall of size whatever this entire red area is. That's the only way you'd be able to do that. And that's too many bots. I don't let you have that many. Okay, well, we did this, so let's check this in. Hide blueprint info panel on deleting blueprint. Cool. Next, when you cancel out of an attacker or defense, it doesn't reset the bot that you have selected, so the blueprint info panel doesn't go away. Yeah, do we have some way of doing this? Oh, we do now. In-game actions.set. There. Okay, let's try that. So right now, here's the bug. You click this, it shows the info panel. You cancel and come back, and it's still showing the info panel. We don't want that to happen. So I should have just fixed that. Let's try it. So we show the info panel, we cancel, we come back, and it's no longer showing. Perfect. Let's try the same thing with... It's got to be actually anytime you go back to the main menu. Hey Dylan, how's it going? Yeah, it has to have garbage collection T-Blot. Otherwise, how would you would just end up leaking memory constantly in JavaScript, even when there are no more references to it. Okay, so I don't think this is the right place to do it, but this is how it would work at the very least. So I guess it's whenever you go into a game, that's when we should probably do this. Because canceling it afterward, I don't think really matters. Here, set up arena and players. Hide the blueprint info panel. There, that should work. Well, Dylan, you'll eventually start liking HTML if you use it enough. All right, let's try this. So we cancel out of here, we go to our defense, it's not showing. We cancel out of here, we go to an attack, it's not showing. And we cancel out of here and go to a replay, we don't even have a replay. Fine. So let's set this up so that we can test that. Now we'll go attack this player. So we're going to attack them with bots that are going to beat them. So let's go with reflect and melee and thrusters. And that's it. Now we just put a couple of these down and we can drag them over to here if we want. Oh yeah, wrecked. Now we log in as Adam and we have a replay. So we're going to show an info panel. Then we're going to watch a replay. Nice. Does the info panel work? Only kind of. I can't click these bots for some reason. Why not? Ooh, right. Ooh. Man, alright, fine. So there's a bug there. Bug in a replay, you can't click your own bots since they don't have a blueprint ID on them. Since there's no guarantee that it still corresponds to a valid blueprint. Alright. That's going to be a whole lot of bug fixing the rest of today. How much time would you take to do MVC using React and Redux if it's assumed that you're familiar with only a basic understanding of programming? Hi, Dennis. So, probably a week or so, something like that. Because wrapping your head around React and Redux and the paradigms that they use instead of jQuery is very different from what you might have tried before. So in jQuery, you pretty much just respond to things right away. So you could say something like the delete button dot click. I don't know, just delete something here, delete something here. And that's it. And in React, you would have something like, you'd have a button that you render with an onClick function of maybe this.props.onDelete, and then this would be in the whatever, some child class, and then in the parent class, let's say form. In the parent class, you would do something like, or test form. You'd do something like test form on delete equals, and then this would be your function where you had to delete something here going. So you might do something like this. Delete something here. And so this is not fundamentally different. You have a button, you click something, but how you actually handle the deletion, that part's going to be different. So jQuery, you would probably just like remove an element from the DOM, for example. In React and Redux, you would modify your Redux store, and that would cause a different thing to get rendered. And it's pretty clever, I think, how they did everything and how they built everything up, but it's not the easiest to understand at first. So yeah, I'd say about a week. Yeah, Hideo. I don't think I've done that either. Oh, up until now, of course. Is there a way in... Oh, man. All right, fine. We got to amend the last commit so that we get that semicolon in this stupid thing. All right, now let's try this again. So is there a way to only commit part of this? It would be pretty great. View bars. Is this a new thing? Oh, let's just copy paste it out of here now. We'll just get rid of this. So hide blueprint info panel whenever entering a game. This way we won't show information about bots that probably no longer exist. Now we go, actually no, that's fine, I think. Only a week? Well, that's my estimate. So it's very hard for me to think back to when I didn't know anything about this stuff and then how long it would have taken me to implement it. You might want to say that it's like 2 weeks or 3 weeks or something like that. But I think get started, try to learn some of those things and just see where it takes you. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff to learn. But honestly, Dennis, even after you've learned that, you might get into the point where you're like, okay, I understand that. That worked out pretty well. Now let's go try to do something. And again, the paradigms are just different enough where you might find yourself struggling. I know I did with this. I wouldn't even say I fully understand React right now. I think I understand it well enough to make the UI for the game. But, well, actually, no, I guess I understand most of it. At least how to use it. But yeah, there's some things that they're just more complex. And in the end, I think the benefits outweigh that learning curve. But there is a learning curve. So this is done. In a replay, you can't click your own bots. Yeah, this is pretty frustrating. So if you're replaying, if we don't even have a blueprint ID for you, also why can't I log in anymore? This tab probably broke. Well, that's when we load a new tab and everything always works immediately after that. So great, cool. So you're in a replay and you click your own bot and it breaks. Time to find out how we fix it. I know where this is coming from. I know why it's happening. I just don't know what the best fix is. Yeah, so this blueprint ID, we don't necessarily have a blueprint ID. So what if we just do this? What if... Oh, wait a second. Is this what's failing? Canary property blueprint ID if undefined. Oh, yeah, perfect. Okay, so if util.exist blueprint component, then take the blueprint ID. So note, even if this is your bot, it's not necessarily... Well, I'll say we don't necessarily have a blueprint. E.g. in the case of a replay, where your blueprints may no longer exist. Let's try that. If that fixes this, we are in great shape. If not, we're just going to struggle with this a whole lot. So let's try it. Oh yeah, check it out. Check it out. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. And look at that, it says life destroyed. Okay, pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah. Game just keeps getting better and better. Alright, well, that's done. So let's check that in. Fix bug where you can't select bots during replay. Yeah. Fix bug around selecting bots during replay. So previously, I'll just say this. There's no guarantee that you have a blueprint on your bots because there are no... How do I say this? There are no blueprints even on your own bots during a replay, so I just needed to check to see if we had a blueprint or not before trying to populate the blueprint info panel. Panali. Did you do the art for the game? No. Did you have something in the inspector for the CPU? Yeah, eventually. And hey, 9 hellos. So to answer these questions kind of in order, one is the artwork for the game was done by, let's see, a total of, I want to say 6 artists at this point. There were some concept artists, and then this is the production artwork. And of course, the way that this works is you can combine them in any fashion you want, with any colors you want. And I think this is pretty central to the art style of Botland, is these bots and how they get formed. And inspector for the CPU, yes, that is shown here, I think. Yes. So you can see, well, this is for a chip. There's presumably also one for the CPU. Apparently there's one for pits as well. So if you select one of your bots in the arena to show the info panel, then you drag the bot off of the arena to delete it, nothing will hide the info panel. So thankfully these bugs are relatively straightforward to fix. Let's try this out. So we put a bot down, we show the info panel, we remove the bot. Yeah, nothing hides it. We just need to make sure to hide it. Shouldn't be too bad. Let's go into wherever unplaced bot is called. This. Close blueprint info panel. So in the arena, when you unplace a bot, oh man. I'd like to not have to do this. Yeah, Dennis. I think it's a good idea. And let me know if you need any help. What does NGL mean? Not gonna lie. Oh. Is this on mobile? Kind of. If you just point your iPad or something like that at play.bot.land, it'll mostly work. But is there an app for it? No, not yet. Or will it be? Yeah, it should eventually be. Is it possible to find methods in Botland besides updated init, or does it not work? Yeah, it works. There are 3 special methods, although the third one I don't think has even a point in the game. It's on destroy or something like that. But yeah, you can just make your own. You can say something like, you can just say foo, and that'll fail at first. So just define foo to be whatever you want, and you can say something like move right here, and it'll work exactly how you expect. So there, I've got my script. Now we're gonna put these down. Actually, they're already down, and we hit test, and all they're gonna do is move right, and they just move into their deaths. So that worked totally fine. So yep, that works. Wait, Vandal, so you're saying you've played the game now and you like it? I have a way of checking this, but I don't really feel like checking it. Okay, cool. All right, so what were we doing? This bug. And all I needed to do is when you delete a bot, which actually comes from here, remove entity and update placement stats. So we can delete this from the UI then. Yeah, if the entity is owned by the active player, if the entity is owned by you, actually, do we even care if it's owned by you? If the entity is currently showing in the UI, then hide the info panel. All you can eat sushi on Friday? Man, I think I just got a new life goal. So I've had some very silly goals. My wife makes fun of me for this, but in the summer I just wanted to go fall asleep in a park in the sun. And I pretty much got to accomplish that goal. Then there's a pizza place near us, and it's expensive, so we don't really go there. But I have this dream. It's really silly, but that one day I'll be passing by, and it'll be like 9 p.m. or something, and I'll be like, man, we have all these pizzas, but we don't have anyone to eat these pizzas. What are we gonna do? And I pass by and I hear this, and I'm like, oh, I'll take some of those pizzas, and they're like, sure, here you go. I'm pretty sure that'll never happen, but now I don't know if I care. All you can eat sushi. I've never heard of this phenomenon. I think I need to find out where this exists. How are you doing this, Mr. Cheap? And I got to be homeless for a day. No, no, what I'm saying is just it's a nice summer day. There's a breeze. You go to the park. You're tired. You just lay down on the grass and you fall asleep. Right? Put a blanket over your head. It's in New York City. Adam the Cheap. No, this is like a. All right, fine. You guys just don't understand. I don't care. I'm not gonna explain this to you. I don't know why that's on my clipboard. But what I wanted to be on my clipboard is this thing. So unplaced bot by ID. We shouldn't have to call this. We should be able to call this from here. But this involves checking a bunch of state. So this is like deselect if selected. Anyway, Mr. Cheap, that sounds like a good weekend. And Final Flare says, if I have a question outside of stream time, where would be the best place to get a hold of you? The best place is email. The second best is Twitch messages, not whispers. And yeah, I had like 400 unread whispers, and I finally went through them a couple of weeks ago. I found some from like a year ago where someone was like, hey, thanks for showing me that thing. And so I finally responded saying, I'm sorry I'm so late to this, but you're welcome. I hope you liked it. Let me know if things worked out, and who knows if people even saw those things. Every Saturday I play football in a park near my flat, and it's always followed by everyone taking a nap in the grass. Oh, that sounds like a good day. All right. I like that. I approve of your Saturdays. So I think what we should do here is say something like this. In-game actions dot. How would I do this? Dot close blueprint info panel if bot is selected. It's really if entity is selected. Oh man, this is gonna be annoying. If you end up deleting a wall, like we're gonna need this for computers and for towers at some point too. So once we get towers back in the game, make an info panel that is similar to blueprint info panel. The drag code would have to be the same. So perhaps I can just repurpose the blueprint info panel. Make sure that deleting a tower will close the info panel. Spiritman. Theoretically, you could never go outside. It's pretty scary. So I don't know if I like this idea. We'd have to say this dot get entity, get real ID. So now we need to get rid of this. Okay, so we need the dispatch and get state function here. Got it. And now we need to dispatch this if get state dot in-game reducer dot bot ID equals entity real ID. And if that even exists. Then dispatch a close event. Okay, let's try that out. How do you decide at what point you split a reducer up? Because I'm working on a site at work and I sort of feel like it should all belong in one reducer. I feel like that's wrong somehow. My reducers are generally split up by page. Well, there's some kind of cross-pollination going on. So I think it's just a judgment call, just like how when you come to splitting up code. So for example, almost everything in these UIs are stored in a reducer. And then almost everything in this UI is stored in another reducer. Wait a second, did something weird just happen there? Yes, it did. Oh man, I think that's a bug. Yeah, that is a bug. Bug, when you edit a blueprint, afterward, I'm pretty sure it will select your blueprint. And when you select a blueprint twice, it will open the blueprint info panel, even if you don't want it to. Did I at least fix this bug? If you open this panel and then you get rid of this bot? No, I didn't fix that bug. That's too bad. Is this even getting hit? Oh, it's not getting hit. How is that possible? Oh, because I'm not dispatching it. There we go. So I select this, and now I get rid of it. This does get hit, and then it closes it. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Now this is working. And there's so many things to fix. Which really just means I put a lot of bugs into the game, huh? So if I click remove bot here, that closes. If I highlight this and then remove it by dragging it away, it closes. But if I just drag it onto the arena, it actually also closes. I guess because that bot is dead. You would probably not expect that one, the last one, to happen. Well, we have a fix for that. No, we only kind of have a fix for that, I guess. So if you drag a bot, you would... Yeah, this is too bad. Like, I think if you have this selected and you drag it somewhere, that you still want it to be selected afterward. And that's kind of unfortunate. So let's do this. Selected, or like info bot ID equals Yeah, I don't like this at all. And then the ID is going to be totally different anyway. Oh, no. No, no. We check it up here. Const was selected in UI equals bot real ID equals info bot ID. So if it was selected in the UI to begin with, then we're going to continue to select it in the UI. Does placeBot return a bot? Super.placebot? Nope, but now it does. What are the packs? The packs are part of the monetization part of the game. And, oh, alright, see you, Final Player. Thanks for joining in. The packs are for the monetization part of the game. You can pretty much just ignore them for now. There is a way to open them, but it doesn't matter. Max says, what happens if you want to drop it onto a tile under the info panel? Can it fall through? That's a good question, and we will have to find out about that. But hang on a sec. Okay, let's try that out. So now when you drag a bot, it should know that it was selected beforehand. So if I drag a bot that I'm not selecting, it won't just select it. But if it was already selected, it'll continue to have it selected afterward. Ooh. Okay, that's good. So let's try what Mags was talking about, which is you have this open and you want to drag the bot to that. Yes, that works. Then the UI stops you from dragging it again. So you can only use it as a target. You can't use it as a source. Well, that's roughly what I'd expect. Okay, so that should be done. So yeah, when we have the info panel showing and we get rid of this bot, there we go. We get rid of it through here, yep. And when we delete the blueprint altogether, yep. So all of that stuff works. Well, well, well. That part's done. Let's go check that in. Fix blueprint info panel bugs. When dragging a bot outside of the arena to remove it, nothing was closing the blueprint info panel. And when dragging a bot to relocate it, the blueprint info panel would close because relocation is currently a delete and a place. Okay, linting is good. Cool. What about this stuff? Yep, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's probably fine. Let's see. This will actually only work if it... Yeah, actually there's a bug here, and I can fix this really easily, but I just didn't realize it existed until I looked at the code just now. If I take a bot that was selected, what happened in the UI? Oh, that's weird. Yeah, that is actually really weird. I don't know what happened there, but if I drag it to here, this is going to break something. It didn't, but I think it should have. So we'll just say this. Oh, I see. There's a... Okay, yeah, no, this doesn't matter. right, I think. It's fine. Okay, looks good. Cool. Check it out. Okay, when you want to edit a blueprint, afterward, I'm pretty sure it will select that blueprint, and when you select the blueprint twice, it will open the blueprint info panel, even if you didn't want it to. So this should only happen on creation, I believe. So if I hit create right now and I hit this button, it does not select it. But if I click this again, it opens it up over here. Now, if I were to go edit, not even edit, let's close this, and let's go to edit this, then we cancel, it gets selected. So I think the fix is to set the selected blueprint only on creation, not on update. So that comes from here. Update blueprint. Go back to last page. Something's doing this. Actually, what am I doing here? I don't need to struggle with this. I have the Redux timeline. I can just look at that. Oh, that's easy. Okay, so here's what we do. So we hit commit. We click the edit button. It says a whole bunch of stuff in here, but none of these are to open up the... Wait, what's this? Where did this get called from? This gets called twice. Yeah, something weird's happening there. I just click the... Let's get rid of that. I click the edit button, and it does a whole bunch of garbage. I don't know why that's happening. Set selected Bope for blueprint. That's... Well, that's what's doing it. And so that's calling into this for true. So it's not even on cancel. It's on edit that this is happening. So let's go figure out how that's happening. Edit blueprint. Set blueprint details false. And then go to edit blueprint. Okay. Updates the details needed when you edit a blueprint. The name, the script details, etc. Alright, let's see. So what are we doing in the UI here? Set bot config name is the very first thing. Yep, that's right there because we're not making a new bay. Sounds good. Then we have set is making new bay should be the second thing. Yeah, that's false. Set hardware, cosmetics, and script. That should all be right here too. Hardware, cosmetics, script. Yeah, so all that stuff makes sense. Then we set the code. That's probably part of setting the script. Yep, so all that makes sense. Then we finally transition into the editing page. That is what's happening here. So edit blueprint. When we transition into this, we get component did mount. Where is that? We don't have a component did mount. So we just get into render. Render shouldn't do anything. Well, what's happening after that? It's calling selected bot in arena. I don't know what's doing that. Yeah, I don't know where that's coming from. I guess we'll have to put a breakpoint there. Set selected. Oh man, what am I doing? Actions in game, selected bot in arena. Yeah, we just put a breakpoint here and find out where this is happening. In fact, why should I even rebuild this? Let's just start from this point. Yeah, we just put a breakpoint here, and then we click this button, and somehow that's getting called. Yeah, how? Selected blueprint icon. Oh, I I didn't stop propagation on that event handler. So, okay, what's really happening here? Oh man, this is actually a really weird edge case. Well, it's not an edge case. It actually almost literally is an edge case. So check this out. If I were to move this button just totally off of here and then click it, there'd probably be no problem. Let's try this. I click this button. No, it's still happening. Weird. That is weird. Let me try this out again. Clicking that edit button somehow calls into this. How's that happening though? Then selected item. I haven't selected this. I know what's happening now. Blueprint selector icon is being very greedy with this. So we have an on select right here. This is whenever we click any part of this div. It shouldn't be though. The edit button should not propagate this. How would I stop this from happening? There needs to be an event. This.props.onEdit. And then ev.stopPropagation. I don't know. Let's try that out. Maybe it'll work. Is there a way to check the highest rating? There is. So there's a change log here. If you go into this and go down to November 7th, the only links that you see here, I guess other than the GIF, are the ratings page. And you can have it sorted by defense in this case, and you can have it sorted by attack in this case. So are you here under the name Vandal? Yeah, you are. So you're actually doing really well. All right, so let's try this out now. So this is fine. I don't care about that. What I care about is when I click this button, it should no longer... Oh, perfect. It worked. Oh, yeah. Bug fixed. I did it. I did it. On edit event. Because the edit button is inside of the div who's on select, it will seem as though we've clicked the background in addition to clicking this button. I don't know why I'm writing this here. It's basically like we had a bug and this fixes it. On edit.bind this. Okay, so now we just run this.props.onEdit and we get rid of the rest of that. There we go. There, and that should fix this. Yeah, that wasn't so bad. And even the debugging process wasn't so bad there, excuse me. So now when we click edit and we come back, it does not select that blueprint. When we click create and we come back, it does select the blueprint, but you have to click it a second time in order to actually launch the info panel. And the info panel should probably default to starting over here or something like that, but I don't really care about that. Bind and render. Yeah, I'm going to go through and fix them all at once, I think. Because that's going to be a very mindless thing to do. And I don't want to waste stream time on that. Okay, nice. So this has been fixed. Fix bug where editing blueprint would fix bug around editing blueprints previously, when clicking the edit button in the blueprint selector, I was not stopping propagation. So it would also count as clicking the background, which would select the blueprint icon. This was leading to the blueprint info panel being open after editing a blueprint, even though I didn't expect it to be. Ooh. Consider that when you're the attacker, we make the height of the blueprint selector only be as big as it needs to be. This is not actually what Hideo was suggesting earlier, and given that it's not super important, I'm just going to get rid of this. If the game is being played, then editing your blueprint or removing your bot shouldn't be possible. These buttons should be grayed out as soon as the game starts playing. Yeah, so this is probably an issue right now. Ooh, yeah, Hideo, that sucks. That sucks a lot. Yeah, and I expect that even this optimization process for me of getting rid of those binds is going to take me like several hours. Because, well, it won't be so bad to find them because I basically go through every single instance of bind. Well, dot bind parenthesis. I go through every instance of bind and I just get rid of files that don't start with React and Redux. React and Redux. Oh my god. There. So yeah, we just had to go through however many instances there are here, which is tons of them, sure. But at least I can find them easily. Wow, antimatter tape. Yeah, that stuff sounds frustrating. So the game's being played, editing your blueprints or removing a bot is probably possible and shouldn't be. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. So basically we just click this, we test, and then we remove the bot, and yeah, it breaks everything. That is very much not supposed to happen. Alright, so let's gray those out. This should be pretty simple to fix though. We have blueprint info panel and we have on delete, on drag. We shouldn't allow those things. We'll put disable controls equals disable controls. And then up here we'll say if we're currently replaying, then disable the controls. Actually, before I get to that point, what state are we in right now? Debug me.debug store. We have is in game, and we have is replaying as false. Because I guess we're testing the defense. How does this... It doesn't know that we're testing the defense. Is currently playing replay. Yeah, we don't have any of this stuff. Ooh, this is bad. Yeah, this is bad. So we have no way of even knowing whether we should be able to show this. I guess we'll just need to add it because there's no other way to do this, right? All right, Vandal. Glad you're having fun. Somewhere in the app, do something. Yeah, if only. The game is being played, editing your blueprint or removing your bot shouldn't be possible. The button should be grayed out. So the problem is that we don't have state in Redux right now around testing your defense. You need to enable and disable this state. So is replaying, let's try to figure out what this even means. Where do we set this? Set is replaying. That's when we're in replay mode though. So this will be true even if we're not necessarily replaying a journal at the time. So let's go try that out. Disable controls equals false. We're not even using this though. I might as well go code that. That's easy enough to code. So blueprint info panel. We should not render the delete button or this.props.disable controls. Or this.props.disable controls. There, perfect. Okay. Just dropped 40 rating. Yeah, so the way the rating system works, you saw this page with attackers and defenders. The highest defense skill is 1575, and then the next highest is 1400, and then very quickly it drops off to 1200 and then 1100. Whereas the attack rankings are which one of these URLs is correct? Yeah, that's not right. Here it is. Yeah, the attack rankings are like 1800, 1800, 1800, 1700. By the time they get to 1200, you're halfway down the page. So what that means is attackers are way higher up than defenders. So when you finally lose to a defender, you're always losing to someone who's considered to be lower skilled than you. And that means that your ranking drops a whole lot. So that's an issue right now. There are a lot of balancings I'm going to have to address. All right, so for this, we just got to keep track of this information. So this really means you're in replay mode. And that's what I was going to test here. But let's go make sure that that's the case. Was the airplane coming from the stream? I don't think there was an airplane sound. You might be hearing something else. Sounds like a struggle. I mean, it is for right now. And that's something that I don't really care about, given that there's only 200 people playing Botland right now. If there were, let's say, 20,000 people playing Botland, and there was a problem with defenders being just always worse than attackers, then yeah, that's a pretty big problem. But right now, the sample size is small, the balance isn't in the game. Attackers win like 95% of the time. Okay, so how do we test this? We go into in-game reducer and we take a look at is replaying. And that is true. Okay, so this does not mean is replaying. This means that you're in replay mode. So this is all wrong. All wrong. So let's look at set is replaying. I'm sure that comes from here. Yeah. Yep, that's just not right. Can't do that. Yeah, we're going to need to rename this. Set is replaying. We're going to say set is in replay mode. Yeah, and then let's go fix this everywhere. So here's one. Here's another. Set is replaying can be changed. Set is in replay mode. Good. And then in here we say, ooh, that's this goes here, and then is replaying goes there. So if true, we're in replay mode. Note that this does not necessarily mean that we're playing back a replay at the time. Were you working on another project full-time before Botland? No, I worked on professional jobs before Botland. And then Botland was just kind of a side project at the time. And then before that, my other biggest side project was that one, Ophog. And this is another just playable game, but this is single player. It's kind of like tower defense. You buy units at the bottom right. So apparently, yeah, there we go. And then you enter these worlds that are on this grid, and you can place units. And it's also kind of an automated game, just in a different way. So you place units, and they automatically move and attack. And then you can equip them with items and whatever else, use things. Like I can poison these enemies if I want. It's not a great game. I don't think it's terrible, but it's not like the most entertaining thing. Vandal, I can kind of just trick the system and get to the point where I can attack you, I think. Oh, hey, you beat me. Check this out. 36 minutes ago you played against me. What bots do you have? Melee, Reflect, and Shield. You're picking the game up just fine, aren't you? Yep, you beat me. I'm going to add you to the revenge list. So it is in replay mode. So we need to know... Oh, hey, there's is currently playing replay. This is just not set to true when you're testing in defense. I wonder where we set this, because we should just make use of this. What was Ophog built on? JS? Yeah, Ophog is actually totally open source. So if you want to go take a look at it, you can just go browsing through the source code here. I don't claim that it was well-written source. There are a lot of problems, but it works. Vandal, this is how it happens. So one of the things, Vandal, if you want some bedtime reading, you can go through this design doc and see the stuff that's missing from the game right now. So there's going to be the way that, well, I don't want to keep you up if you're going to go to sleep, but I'll describe this quickly. Right now, you just buy directly what you want and you immediately have it. So if you want vampiric lasers, you just go to the store, you click the plus button, and now you have it. And you can just start using it. So I can go into my bots, and where is this? There. And now instead of lasers, I can put vampiric lasers on. Cool, I've got it. In the future, that's going to be a tech tree, and it's going to unlock over the course of either minutes or hours. And then you will get bot coin through winning and losing, and not through losing, actually. You'll lose bot coin through losing matches. But anyway, that sort of progression is going to be there eventually. It's just not in the game yet. So let me press this button. But yeah, thanks for trying it out. I hope you have a good night. I will remind everyone that I'm not streaming tomorrow, and that means that the game won't be online. I'm still going to be online for another hour or so. I'm going to just be fixing some bugs. But then that's it. That's it. Oh, and you don't have to read any of that. I just didn't know if you were curious about it. It doesn't autoplay by default. So this is on watch replay. Pause or play. I think that as long as we set this to false. We have these actions. I wonder if I can just use this. And Matt, thanks for following. What's it called? When is my bedtime? I usually go to bed at about 11:30 or midnight. And then I wake up about 7:30-ish. Get ready for Botland. Yeah, streamer time is unfortunately not a public command. I still haven't fixed that. I guess it's public when Hideo bot gets on the case. So it's currently playing replay. As long as this thing gets set back to normal, I think we're fine. So let's go take a look at actions in game. And where does this get set? Set is currently playing replay. Client main. We go over to this. And it's on pause or play, but it should also be on watch replay. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. I think we can just use this. Also, what happens when you're attacking? So if I go to attack someone and I put these down and then I break into the code, what happened? That didn't seem to work. Did it? Oh, darn it. I missed it. I missed it all. Let's refresh the page. That was stupid. Okay, let's try that again. So I put down some bots. I hit this button. And then I hit the plus sign. Okay, perfect. So now what we need to check is the same thing. Do we know that we're replaying it right now? Is there any indication that... Nope. There's not. So there's no way for us to know that we're playing back. Okay, yeah. So this is a problem. Also, there's one other thing I gotta check. In a replay, are there buttons on here? This isn't even a replay. What's going on? Oh God, I screwed up. I screwed up. Decrepify. Thanks for following. God, that reminds me of Diablo 2. That was a necromancer curse, right? Decrepify. Yeah. I remember this. They use this for attacks as well. So the whole is replaying. I got rid of this and I shouldn't have, or at least not so hastily. I think it was this is in replay mode. What do they used to be? I don't even have this anymore. Why is it called replay if you're playing a legit attack? I don't understand your question. Yeah, I'm not sure. What do you mean, Max? Is replaying, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. This is actually still fine, okay, fine. But this is wrong. Got it. Yeah, perfect, that should fix it. So we click this button now. Perfect. Okay, good. Now none of these should be draggable. None of them should be removable. Yeah. It looks like that's working correctly. So good. And yeah, you can see this information. It is kind of annoying that it, like, in order for you to, no, I guess it's not that bad. As long as you know how to tap through this stuff. Okay, and then we can click the play button and that works. Wait, no, those colors are wrong, right? That's a green bot, but this is a white bot. Wait, how did that happen? There are no white bots. What? What is going on there? Huh, that's a weird bug. I know where those colors come from, though. Okay, I think I could fix this. Oh, man. Bug when you go into a replay and click an attacker bot, it shows as white and blue in the blueprint info panel. I think it's pulling color information from the AI player instead of the attacker. You're checking for the state is in replay mode, but attacking, it's not a replay, right? So here's how the entire game works. So the client sets up some state. So sets up state about either the attacker or the defender. So for example, when I'm defending, I'm setting up obviously the defender state. Then the client sends this information to the server to play out a game. The game server returns a journal of everything that happened, and then the client replays the journal. So technically, even when you're just attacking, you're still replaying what happened on the game server. Amarine bot. I'm pretty sure that's just Amarine's bot. Hey, Spurman won. Alright, so if we can just reuse this... Okay, those lights are too bright. That is going to blind me. There we go. So I think I can just make use of that, which means that we need the in-game action for set is replaying. All right, so where do we set this? Well, I'm surprised I didn't need anything about this in the UI up until now. And I guess the other thing is we need to go mark what this thing is for here. If this is true, then you're actually replaying a replay as opposed to waiting to hit the play button. This can also be true when you're playing back a journal while testing a defense or attacking someone. I wonder, I'm sidetracking myself by even saying this, but I wonder if, let's say I lost a day's worth of code. I wonder how long it would take to go through my own VOD and figure out what I need to address and then make those changes. Because the VOD is like 8 hours, right? So clearly it can't take all 8 hours because there's a lot of thinking time that I don't need to repeat. But I might add bugs that I wouldn't have added because I didn't make the copies correctly. Yeah, I think it'd take like 3 hours maybe. 4 hours. It would suck, that's for sure. Excuse me. Couldn't mute the mic in time. How would you lose one whole day? Like, let's say I never made commits or something and then my computer failed. Something like those lines. I don't know. I don't know how it would happen. I'm just wondering if it did happen. How much time would it take to get back to where I was? A fatality. You hate physics. I'm sure you mean like physics class or something. Because it would be funny if you're just like, God, gravity, I just hate it. Why can't I just float away from the earth? So edit defense. Then we finally have keycode.v. That's test defense. Test defense puts us into a state that, yeah, we just never do this. Commence game phase. Okay, so that's fine. And then keycode.u is commence game, which eventually calls in a replay journal. You'll get unsubs 20 times without committing one whole day. If Hideo can cheer for me cleaning up my code, then yeah, me not committing would be a lot of uncheering. Yeah, I'm with you, Zython. Let's high five through a wall. Here. We call replay journal. Yeah, there it is. And replay journal is what should tell us that we are currently replaying the journal. In fact, none of this code should even be in main since all it's calling into is pause or play replay. Set is currently playing stop journal replay and set it to false. Yeah, so whenever you call into replay journal, that's where this should happen. Yeah, and then whenever it's done, set is currently playing replay is false. Yeah, this should be relatively straightforward. And then as soon as we're done, we call it done replaying journal and we resolve the promise. We do eventually. So you still should not be able to remove anything while this thing is replaying. We eventually call stop journal replay though. And then we call the callback. Stop journal replay is going to say that we are not in replay mode. So we shouldn't need this any longer either. Set has played phase? What is this? Oh, has, okay, I got it. When you learn any programming language or concept, you treat it as a job or more as a game. What's the most effective self-studying methods I can implement at home? I don't think I treat it as either, to be honest. I think, okay, so I don't know if you've worked a job before, but I think the expectations you have on yourself are very different from when you're working on a personal project. And that ranges from ownership to sense of duty to like code maintainability sometimes. So it's kind of this third area where, like I said, it's a personal project for me, and I hold myself to certain standards, and I don't know how I can transfer any of that knowledge in a meaningful way because this all just boils down to personality. But the most effective self-studying methods you can implement at home, honestly, it's all about building a habit of getting into a case where you're coding, you're learning what you're doing, where you can learn more, and you've got to try to find some fun in it. Otherwise, you're going to go crazy because there's a lot to learn when it comes to computers. So I think people who have just a natural curiosity to find out, hey, what's going on this machine that I use every day, and how do I take control of what's going on? I think that'll help you out a lot. So I can't give you any concrete methods necessarily because maybe they won't work for you. But for me, something like maybe you set a quota you have to reach of like maybe 15 days of code, or sorry, 15 minutes of coding in a given day. And if you end up doing more than that, then great. Or every time every time you want to go play a game, make sure you've coded that day before you can play a game. Something along those lines where at least you just get started doing some work. One of my new senpai. What? Following graph only goes up to 6 megabytes because our file's larger than that. The editor crashed. Okay, I think this should be working, but for all I know, this is going to cause a whole bunch of other bugs. Let's find out. So when you click this, we have remove bot and edit. When you click test, nothing happens because I never disabled this. Disable controls. This dot props dot in game state. Alright, let's try that. It still didn't work. Whoa, no script assigned. I guess because it died. That's interesting. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I don't think I meant for that to happen. All right, let's take a look at the state because I know that this is wrong. I just need to figure out why. Is currently playing replay is true. So we pass in disable controls here, and then blueprint info panel. Oh, right. That doesn't get... Oh, man. That bothers me. Yeah, this is frustrating. I added a thing, so I need to make it get updated when that thing changes. Yeah, okay, that should fix everything. Let's try it out. So I click this panel. These buttons should get disabled when I click the test button. Oh, they just get deleted. I mean, I didn't mean for that to happen, but... I guess that's fine. I don't know, is it? Does it really matter? And I hit cancel and it goes back. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, what about replaying? How's this work? Yeah, looks good to me. Okay, and attacking someone. I click this, I can remove the bot just fine. And then if I hit commence though, those buttons go away. As soon as the attack is done, they should... Actually, they won't come back. It should delete the bots. Oh, I don't know if I did that. I need to lose an attack and see what happens. Possible bug. Try losing an attack while the blueprint info panel is open. Okay, let's do it. So we make a bot that does nothing. Does nothing. There. And we open up this panel, and now we see what happens. Yep, that is wrong. Because now we're looking at a panel for a bot that doesn't exist, so we can't remove this. There's another bug. Losing an attack while this is open causes the panel to stay open at the end. Even though the bot will get removed. Actually, I'm not sure how I feel about that. Maybe that's not such a bad thing, but whatever. I got the set currently replay thing. That's done. At the very least, I got that finished. Where else does this happen? On watch replay, that's good. What about this? On pause or play. Stop journal replay true. Wait a second, this is not necessary anymore then. Yeah, wow. We can just get rid of this. Oh, whoops. No, can't return that from there. No, there we go. Okay, cool. Cool. So you should be able to pause and play replays still, can you? We hit pause. Yeah, looks pretty good. Yeah, looks like it's working. Will Botline have a reworked graphics, 3D or something like that, or will it be simple at launch? Hey, Mark. It won't be 3D or anything. Will it be reworked a little bit? Yes. So we are in the process of getting new arena tiles and more bot graphics. But in general, bots will still look like this. There will probably be some animations for them. And yeah, there are a lot of bugs because this is a brand new feature. And it interacts with a lot of the code base. And by fixing these bugs, I think I'm making the code better. Sometimes you're just kind of patching things and it doesn't really work. I think this is actually turning out to be better. So the only place I have it still is there. Yeah, that's fine. This is actually really good. I like how this ended up. And I feel more confident about the code too. So let's go take a look at the linter. Yep, looks good. Great. Now, I did not disable the controls. I deleted them, so I should probably maybe just disable them. Yeah, let's do that. Blueprint info panel. So disabled equals .props.disable controls. Same thing with render delete button. We have a button down here that we're going to disable. Let's see if that works. So we go to attack. We click this bot. The buttons are there. We click commence. They get grayed out. Actually, remove bot went away. Why did that go away? Why did that go away? Oh, because of that. Yeah, whoops. Okay, there we go. That should fix it. So we can try that again now. So there's remove and edit, commence, and now they're grayed out. Perfect. Yeah, looks good. Well, so this game is done entirely out of pocket. And the biggest expense is my development time, which, since I'm paying myself, is $0 right now, essentially. And the second biggest expense is artwork and like UX. So if I were to go with 3D graphics and animation and just first of all, development time would increase, but also the cost for all those things would increase. I don't have the money for that. I don't think Botland is going to suffer as a game because of its graphics. I think I'm fine with the graphical style. It's not hugely important to me, and I think people will probably disregard Botland because of its graphics, but it's only so much you can do when you have limited money. Alright, nice. I definitely like this. This commit was not so bad. Disable blueprint info panel buttons during replay. During replay means while testing your defense or attacking someone. Yeah. Always a Botland too. Oh man. It's just such a daunting statement to even say. I mean, I've been working on this now for 14 months and 1 day, and I can't imagine after another 8 months of this, it'll have basically been 2 years, and then I'll probably be supporting the game for a while too, that people are like, oh, we want to see Botland too. I don't even know what I would do differently. I think most games nowadays just, they evolve. They don't necessarily get new iterations. But actually, that's not even true, is it really? I don't know. Like Call of Duty, they actually are releasing new iterations. But Diablo 3, they're just getting more content. Graphics can be updated anytime though, right? Doesn't matter to me, just wondering. So, okay, there are different levels of graphics can be updated. So for example, if you're like, hey, what if we added in a totally new piece, like I don't know, a new headpiece or something like that. Yeah, I can just drop that in. If you're talking about, hey, what if we change the colors or style or something like that? Yeah, that's true too. If we change it from 2D to 3D, that's a big enough change where it's not just like you set a variable in your code, like 3D equals true or something. You'd have a lot of work to do at that point. Yeah. Yeah, and so right now I'm definitely the rate limiting step here when it comes to development time. Also out of curiosity, let's see. Yeah. Okay, so losing an attack while blueprint info panel is open causes it to stay. I didn't check this in yet, did I though? No, I didn't. Losing an attack while that's open causes it to stay open even at the end. I think I know what's happening here. And actually during a stalemate this probably happens too. Well, the other thing is this game will be targeted at mobile devices. And the more mobile devices I can target, the better. That doesn't mean I can't have 3D graphics or anything. It's more to consider there. And I don't have a lot of experience with developing 3D games. So things like keeping size low or making sure that animations are smooth, like I'm not totally sure how I do that sort of thing. How many times do you think you'll... Wait, what? Sirius Walker? I think you missed a word. I'm not I'm not really sure what your question means without knowing that word either. If you're asking how long do I think I'll be in development for, probably at least another 8 more months. And if the game fails, then that's it. Like I said, you guys will probably just never see me again. If the game is successful, then I'll probably be developing it for the next several years. And I'm fine with that. I like that idea. I really like the idea of building up a game from scratch that's pretty new as far as games on the market go. I don't think there are a lot of automation games out there. And the ones that are have not had mass popularity. I don't know if Botland has that potential necessarily. And that's really for gamers of the world to decide, not me. But I'd love to see what could happen with a game like this and what it makes people do and think of, and it'll certainly be an achievement for me just to release the game, and a bigger achievement if I accomplish anything. You know how to turn this game into a native iOS app or Android app? I'm not sure how I'm going to go about it. I don't want to start developing apps from scratch for these, but I don't think the wholesale conversion from something like PhoneGap is going to be easy. Okay, so this probably also happens during a stalemate. Yeah, it very likely does. I think wipe out all entities just needs to be updated, or whenever any entity dies. The solution for both would be to intercept whenever any entity dies. You should like what? What, Apoca? I've never heard of this. Colossal MMO at your fingertips. I'll check it out, Apoca. And hey, Kui. Yeah, Ricardo, I definitely agree. One of the major goals of Botland is to be as accessible as possible. And it's in alpha right now, so it's not there yet, right? It's not even in alpha, sorry, what did I just say? Um, but yeah, one of the big decisions of Botland coding, even before there was Blockly, in JavaScript there were things like just if will missiles hit, then fire missiles. This is way easier code than something like, okay, if x is less than enemy dot x and like num missiles is greater than 0, then fire missiles right. But if x is greater, like you shouldn't have to write this stuff. And and on top of that, you've got Blockly, where you can just very quickly say, yep, fire missiles, cool. And so this is part of the accessibility to the automation side of things. And then accessibility to the rest of the game is going to be tutorials and making sure that there's no cost to entry. And so it's definitely something I'm going to keep an eye on. Why not just work in a game company, or it's your dream to release a game? Don't you think the main target is your money, but 2 years? Don't think that your main target is money, but 2 years. I have worked in a game company before, and it is my dream to release a game and kind of have something I have full creative control over. I think that's really important to me because there's a huge sense of ownership that I have working on Botland that I've never had at any other job. I have owned features at other companies or sections of the product, but not the whole product, not the direction of the product, not the future, the end all be all of it. And I feel like it's a lot of responsibility, but it's a rewarding feeling at the end too. So that was always a goal of mine, and I feel like that's why I can't do this working at another game company, and why it would be very sad if Botland was not successful. What JS frameworks do you use in any other language than JavaScript? By the way, it looks nice. I'm using a lot of the frameworks are described actually right in the info section of the page, and I can sum them up in general. I'm using Node.js for running JavaScript. On the client side, I'm using React and Redux for the DOM rendering. I'm using WebGL for the game rendering, essentially. And I'm using some JavaScript parsing frameworks and just other general things. So I'd mostly say like React and WebGL. Pixie.js for WebGL, excuse me. You have a script.js containing main activity of the game and run it in a web browser-like thing. Yeah. And I can do something like that, Apoca. I'll have to look into how they do that. Yeah, Sirius Walker, thank you. When would you consider it successful? So there are different levels of successful. I think one is just getting a certain number of users in botland, and that is not necessarily successful at that point. I think I think the baseline for success for me is botland can sustain itself. So what that means is it needs to pull in probably about $150,000, $200,000 a year. And that way I can pay for like my development time and some artwork and some maintenance, and that's like the baseline. That's the absolute baseline for it. Anything less than that and it's not really self-sustaining. What's really successful is obviously any more than that, where it's making like $500,000 a year or something like that. So we'll have to see. And I'm not going full throttle on screwing users over for money. And I know that I could do that. I could push the envelope a little further, and people still wouldn't be mad about it. But I'd like to not do that and see where this takes me. Okay. And then remove it if it was the selected entity. Yeah, I think that's the only way to do this. Because in shared arena we have wipe out all entities. This has to call into something here. Mark entity dead. Do we ever do this here? Nope. Remove dead entities. Remove entity. Does that ever get overridden? Nope. Yeah, I'm not sure what I want to overwrite here. Really to see what the marketing part of the game will lead to. Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting, and that is quite a sensitive area, I think, because let's say I push marketing a little bit sooner than I'm ready, then the game might not scale. People might get a bad impression of it. I might just like go overboard on working and try to fix everything and found the name is Cordova. Yeah, I've heard of Cordova, PhoneGap. What else? I guess Electron to some extent. Yeah, Ricardo, thankfully we live in a time where I can I can show this to certain like key people or websites, and hopefully that there's an organic enough push for players that things will just work, but that's best case scenario, and I realize that. Okay, so we have mark entity dead here, and that's all it takes. So I guess what we could do is in mark entity dead, entity ID, we can eventually call into the parent class and then here, if this is there. Okay, let's try that out. I think this is going to be pretty difficult. Hi, QB. Anyone mind doing a recap on the game's monetizing plan? Yeah, so I feel free to ask any of this sort of thing. I've usually got documents for most of the stuff that you could ask. So it's usually just sending you a link to explain. All right, so when you attack someone and you lose, so this bot is the do nothing bot. Yeah, so if we put a couple of these down and we select this and we start the match, that did not work. That like big time did not work. For an ID without it. Oh, why does that assert? Why does that assert? I don't care if this thing has it or not. There. Well, thanks, Applecock. Found 0 results. Alright, let's try that now. Yeah, it gets deleted immediately. I think I know why this is happening. Because you no longer have this bot selected. Oh, this isn't going to work. Alright, see you, Ricardo. Sleep well. I think this is a bigger bug than I expected it to be. Yeah, I don't think I can do things this way. So I'll write this down here, but I think I gotta fix this later somehow. So a bigger problem here is that before we replay a journal, or part of replaying the journal is setting up the entities. Is that part of replaying a journal is removing all of the entities that the client placed and putting down the ones that the server told us about. In the process of marking those as dead, we'll end up closing the blueprint info. I don't know what we're going to do about that, but I don't think now's the time to solve that. So I think we just get rid of this for now. Yeah. Well, that bug's going to stay in for a little bit. I'll just mark when I created it. So when you go into a replay and click an attacker bot, it shows white and blue. Yeah, so I know where this is coming from. I need to figure out a fix for it. Primary color. So this is of the owner. And the owner, apparently, we just don't have this information, I guess. Find that hard to believe. We have to have it somewhere. I just must not save it. I don't understand how I screwed this up. So what are the colors that we get? Colors are 255 for the secondary. Let's go take a look at what we have in constants. I bet it's 255. Right there, yeah. There it is. That's 255. And this is 16,777, 215. That's, I'm guessing, what the other number is, right? 16,777, 215, yeah. Yup. But why? Owner is this. The color pair is just wrong. I wonder if we can just address that. Excuse me. So when we go to construct a player, watch replay, we set up the players here. And where do the colors come from? How would... Oh, they come from the journal. Oh yeah, okay, this shouldn't be that bad then. We just need to create these players with the right colors. I don't have that information. Thank you, Serious Walker, I do. Vandal, I thought you were going to sleep like an hour ago. You're apparently playing a lot of games on here. And thank you, Vandal. Let's see where you're at now. Aha, you're just beneath my skill level. And still no one's attacked your defense. That's too bad. You're probably the only person playing, though. What about having two currencies? One for buying functional things and one for buying currency or cosmetic and other fancy things? So QB, I don't want to have any sort of like trading in the game. I don't think it really does anything for the game, but also there are no social features that allow you to find other people to trade with right now. The other thing is, I think a two currency model, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but I look at it as like the typical free to play model, and like I said, I'm not out to get users for their money. I think one currency is probably fine, and just earning that and spending that in the game, it should be fine. Got addicted. See, this is stuff that's reassuring to me, at least. People seem to have liked the idea of Botland. I think that's good. And then they start to play, and the game is not great at all right now. I think the idea, I think, is okay. But yeah, even things like this UI now, this looks like old UI to me, because the new UI is this one, where you've got this nice bar and these cool hovery things. But over here it slid out, and then you try clicking and it would like unslide it, and I don't like that. So we'll see. We'll see how this new one looks. I should really update the colors before I push though. Where's the mock-up? Yeah, I had a blue background. I don't think it's need to be done. Yeah, so I think before I update the next time, I'm going to update the color of the blueprint selector. I hate it. Only played 600 games yesterday. I can't wait until I get to the point where I can finally say, all right, I'm just going to play Botland for a day, and that's it. Forget about working on the game. But we're not going to be there for a while. Man, Vandal, you have way, way too many emojis. Subscribe to a ton of people. When you go into a replay and click an attacker bot, it shows as white and blue. So we just got to get the right colors in there. And we have those colors somewhere. Or at least actually, maybe we don't. Alright, let's go find out. I am pretty quickly running out of steam here. And I've got to literally go running tonight. I've got to have some energy for that, so we won't be here for much longer today. So I wonder if colors exist in this object. Let's find out. So we click this, and we end up with a bunch of stuff. Replay ID dot then get DB replay. Colors, do we have colors? Hello? We don't. But that shouldn't matter. No, something had to have created this. I don't want to save off what their colors are. I don't. Surprised I noticed. What are you talking about? Surprised I noticed. You have like your emote per message is like a 1-to-1 ratio. Okay, I think this is going to be a little bit difficult too, actually. So the problem is that DB replay does not contain color information. We could have the account server just return it to us, or we could try to glean it from the bot entity itself by looking at, was there a color component? Whoa, what? There is? Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all. Oh, this is easy peasy then. I just make this stuff and forget about it as soon as I've done it. So this bit about color pair and owner, we just need the color pair part. So let's do this. So color component, get component color out of, what's this called? Bot entity. Done. That was easy. Just when you think things are going to be really tough and they're going to take a long time and you're going to have to modify like 4 different programs, this should just work now. Let's try it out. Actually, I don't care about that. I click this and it should show up as green. Yeah, perfect. I click this and it shows up as yellow. Perfect. Let's try editing a defense. Yellow. Good. Can I click these fast enough or no? Nice. Those colors are working. Cool. Let's go to the attack. Yeah, it all worked. Nice. Wow. Great. They have like 20 on one account? Wow. Oh, I can't solve problems with cows in the road. Unless it's a perfectly spherical cow. Yeah, I could help with this, but I don't know how to help in a way that doesn't just give you the answer. So here's something I'll just tell you about briefly. I don't know if you've heard of dimensional analysis or if I'm even using this term correctly, but basically think about something like this. Let's say you have a cost per day of $5 per day, right? And let's say you have I don't know, money. You have $100. And you want to see how many days will it take to exhaust your money. So you're looking for an answer in units of days, and you have something that's divided by days and then money, of course. So in this case, you know your answer is going to be 20. Like this is something you can just use to help you, and you know that that's equal to 100 divided by 5. But if you put units on here, you actually figure out that this is 100 divided by $5 per day. Now, as you know, by dividing a fraction, you can put the denominator on top. So you end up with $100 times day divided by $5. You are dividing dollars by dollars, so you can get rid of that. So you end up with 20 times day, which is 20 days. So in general, by looking at what the units are in anything, you can kind of figure out whether you need to divide or multiply or add or subtract. And so here you have meters per second, you have meters per second squared, you have seconds, and you have meters. And I'm just giving you a hint that you can use just the units to try to figure out, well, wait, you need to figure out velocity in the end. Velocity is measured in distance over time. So you know that you're going to need to figure out something here in these units. And you've got the rest of the numbers here. So just consider things from that perspective. My answer is faster. Yeah, and fatality, the other thing you can try to do is maybe try to break the problem down to something perhaps a little bit easier. Just change all the numbers to something that works better for you. So for example, an automobile is traveling at traveling at let's say 1 meter per second, and notices a road 1 meter or 30 meters ahead. 1 meter ahead, and the driver attempts to brake, but you brake at a rate of like 0.5 meters per second squared or something like that, and then see if that makes the numbers easier for you, or try to plot this out. So fatality, I hope that helps. I hope you were even listening to me. that would be pretty nice to know. Alright, so this is done now. I can just pull the color pair from the entity itself. You heard me? But like, does it make sense to you what I was saying? Fix bug around showing colors in blueprint info panel. I was showing colors based on the player object, but during replays, players don't get their colors from the account server. Instead, entities are serialized into the journal themselves, into the journal with their colors directly. So I could just pull color information from there. I was trying if that helps. Oh. Okay. All right, so I want to do pretty much just a couple more things, probably just easy stuff at this point. So update the color of the blueprint selector background. That's this. This should be pretty easy to update. And I don't know if we want to do something where this is like somewhat, oh no, we can't have transparency there because there's nothing behind this. Although it's interesting, I could have the arena show up behind this. I don't want to do that though. But background color, red. Yeah, cool. Okay, so let's see. Yep, there's just nothing behind it. Okay, anyway, we want this to be on the blue end of the spectrum somewhere. I don't know how exactly we want that to look. How did he do this? It's just the standard blueprint color that was used everywhere. So let's just MS Paint it up. So this is the background color. Oh, it's actually gray. It's not even blue. It looks blue to me. 181, 199, 216. Adam laughing at things you can't understand. Well, I would tell you, but I don't want to encourage. You know how, have you ever been in like an argument or something? You find something funny, but by laughing at it, you would derail the seriousness of the argument, and maybe you really want to have that argument. That's sort of how I feel right now. I think Fatality should just do his homework. So if I contribute to the humor part of this, then I'm taking away from the homework part of it. Alright, so here's the set of colors that we have. I wonder if we just use this, does it look good? I don't like that as much. Looks kind of bad. And then they have a background for all these. All right, well, let's try this. So we have blueprint selector. The background of this is going to be here. Great. Next, we need the background of these icons to be correct. So let's go figure out what that is. 138, 170, 199. So that's blueprint selector icon has a background of that. So let's see what that looks like now. And then when it's highlighted, it has a selection, has a color of this. 883, 148. There. Okay, let's try out those colors. Should look a little bit nicer. Bring us back an A++. Alright, yeah. I think that's good. I don't think it's great. Doesn't look bad though. That button is probably... I don't know how I feel about that button. Also, I think this can be font size of even larger than that. 4EM. I'm a madman. There. C plus minus. I've never had a C plus minus on something. Alright, I think this looks pretty good. I don't know about this color, but I think in general this is fine. So what I just did isn't even necessarily going to remove a bot. if I put this here and I drag it over to here, it's actually dragged underneath and it's not removed. But whatever, we updated the colors. That's all I cared about. Update basic styling. What sizes? Updated styling, actually of. Okay. Okay, cool. So there's just one more thing, and that's this placement selector. And I just happened to put that somewhere, and the somewhere was a bad location. So we just have to change the left to something that's farther away. And that something that's farther away will just be 300. Perfect. It's honestly, this is not a good choice, but whatever. It looks better than how it did before. In fact, we know what the size of this is, right? I should just use the size of that. 225. Yeah. Let's change it to just 227. Elite gold rank elephant color yellow. So I think school in the US is actually pretty easy to understand. You start in kindergarten and then you go all the way up from first grade to 12th grade, and then it's just college or university. And that's it. So it's just K 1 through 12. Done. And then there are different. Then what gets annoying is if you try saying where the boundaries are for some of these things. So I think this is how it works for most people. Maybe not. This is not how it worked for me. So yeah, what elementary, middle, high school, and junior high school, those are variable even across the country. But it's generally kindergarten and then grades 1 through 12. One to 5, 6 to 8. It's different everywhere. Oh, let's take a look at how this ended up. Yeah, I actually think I want that over a little bit more than that. Let's try that out. Nobody's saying the same thing and you dare tell me that it's simple? No, I told you the simple part. I was saying that there's a lot of variability in what they call elementary school, middle school, junior high, and high school. That part's confusing. Okay, this looks good now. Fix placement, fixed location of placement stats. Okay. There. All right, so I want to get all this stuff done too. There were like a million bugs I had to fix. And there's this bug which is still looming. I don't think that's going to be an easy fix at all. I could write a bunch of special case code for this. I could special case this so that when the match ends. Yeah, actually that's the easiest solution. Read this. I could special case this so that when the match ends, I just close the info panel if the entity is no longer living. That makes the most sense anyway. Yeah, I like that. I like that idea. Okay. Uh, I think I think that's probably close to it for today. I mean, I got through a lot of stuff. I didn't. It doesn't really look like a lot of stuff. So when you get into the game now there's this panel is should be totally like rock solid. You got edit buttons on these things. If you click one of these twice, you'll see an info panel come up that you can drag around. You can't drag it outside of the window. If you do drag it outside of the window and then you resize the window, it'll be brought back into the window. You can close it if you want. When you reopen it, it maintains its position. You have buttons on this so that you can edit the blueprint from here if you want to. If you delete it, it'll close that window. You can click your bots and you'll also see this. You can remove them right from this menu if you want. That stopped working apparently. Oh, why? What did I just do? I clicked this and I hit remove bot and it didn't do anything. No, that didn't do it. What? How did that just happen? Oh, now I can't even repro it. Tomorrow? No, it won't be tomorrow. If anything, it'll be Friday. I like I said, there's a special surprise I want to code for you guys tomorrow. That, like I said, has been a long time coming, and then I want to put the game online on Friday. So okay, I don't know if that was a bug or not. It probably was, because it was when I tried clicking this. Oh wow, you selected one bot then a different, then tried to remove. Let me see. I selected this and then a different one, and I clicked remove. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened. Whatever. I'll have to watch the VOD. Watch end of VOD. Do you notice that the top left square highlights when you click a bot? Yeah, I was hoping no one would comment on that. that's a bot's waypoint, which is something I'm basically just ignoring for now. Oh wow, Banana actually knows about that. Oh, I think Banana commented on it. Well, anyway, that's it for today. I have done, I think, a lot of work, and I'm excited to see what you guys think about this stuff on Friday. I definitely think it looks a lot better, but we've got a decent way to go. I think we're gonna start this on Friday. This will be the major thing of getting towers back in the game, because right now they're there if you like press T, and then it's only the regen tower, and for some reason they have F written on them, and like that's all just ridiculous. In fact, make the graphic show a T instead of an F. So thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys later. Remember, I'm going to be streaming on Friday, not tomorrow, and the game won't be online actually as of the end of the stream. So I will leave you guys with let's go with Caleb again today. Yeah. All right, take care everyone. Have a nice night. Bye.